Sign-up sheet, is it pro and con? Doesn't look like it's pro and con.
Did not look like a team. Different one I've seen before.
But isn't it statute that we have to do the pro first and con
Yeah,
second?
go ahead and just ask who on the list would like to.
Okay.
It's the best we got.
Rachel, what was the question? Yeah, for individuals who request.
Okay, that's not probably, it's just you do pro first and then con.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so it just indicate on the, it's no big deal. No big deal.
Oh, no, I haven't done it yet.
Chairs. Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Benton County Planning Commission. Looks like we're in real time getting some more chairs out. Don't think we're in any risk of exceeding the occupancy standard for the room, so that's good. And Ms. Rehorn, are we recording? Okay, very good. Despite what that clock says, the computer in my watch says that it is 6 p.m. So we will begin. But I did not bring a copy of the agenda with me. Does someone have a printer? I can always count on John.
Sorry. There you go.
Thanks very much. Well, it's been a beautiful day and kind of reminds us all why we are so privileged to live here in Oregon, even if you do get your tractor stuck in the middle of blackberry bushes in the mud. little wetter than I thought it was today. So we'll begin with a roll call of the Planning Commission. Commissioner Bisco. She was potentially going to join online. Commissioner Cash.
Yeah.
Commissioner Fulford. Here. Commissioner Lee.
Here.
Commissioner Struthers. Here. Commissioner Wilson. Here. Vice Chair Heyman.
Present.
So I will note for the record that we have a quorum. And before we get to the main event, which is a public hearing on a land use action, we do have a very brief administrative item to take care of, which is the approval of the minutes from January 20th, 2026. Commissioner Struthers.
I move to approve the minutes from January 20th, 2026.
And I'll second.
Any motion for amendments? Hearing no amendments or edits. All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes are approved from January 20th. So for a number of you, I'm guessing this is your first time at a planning commission hearing. Well, it begins with me reading a lot of information into the record, but it's not like the fine print on your user agreement on an app or something like that. This is actually important information because it will describe the agenda, the process that we go through this evening. And so here we go, about three and a half pages of material to read into the record. This is the time and place set for the public hearing on applications LU-25-066 and LU-25-067. The subject of this hearing is two related land use applications for the property located at 4500 Powers Avenue Northwest, Albany, Oregon. Application LU-25-067 is a conditional use permit request to establish a church on the subject property. Application LU-25-066 is a variance request to reduce the number of off-street parking spaces required under the applicable parking standards. The applicant is Northside Christian Church, Kevin Croft is identified as the application's representative. Oregon law requires that I make several announcements prior to this hearing. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, and it will be conducted pursuant to Benton County Development Code sections 51.705 through 51.725. In a quasi-judicial proceeding such as this, it is the commissioner's duty to apply the law, not revise it. The commission must determine whether the applicant has met all of the applicable criteria in the Benton County Development Code. The commission will consider the record as presented and will also consider any new evidence or testimony that is submitted into the record. Please do not communicate verbally or in writing with any of the commissioners outside of this hearing process. A staff report has been prepared for the application, and the staff report was available 7 days before tonight's hearing. The staff report identifies the approval criteria that apply to the applicant's proposed development and analyzes those criteria. Testimony and evidence should be directed towards the applicable approval criteria. If you believe other criteria apply, in addition to those addressed in the staff report, identify and discuss those criteria and explain how and why you believe they apply to the application under consideration. A person may submit any written material while the public record is open on the application. Any written materials received by the county staff during the time period in which the record is open will be placed into the record. Written materials submitted during the public hearing must be presented to the county staff in order to become part of the record. No screen presentations are allowed. If a person intends oversized poster boards, reports, or pictures used in the oral testimony to be placed into the record, copies must be submitted to county staff while the record is open. If they are not given to staff, they cannot be included into the record. And county staff can be either Ms. Sheets here at the table, or Ms. Rehorn operating the recording equipment. So, question to the planning commissioners. Does any member of the commission wish to declare an ex parte contact, conflict of interest, or bias in this matter? I don't see any. To the public and the applicant, does anyone wish to challenge the objectivity of any one of the planning commissioners? I see none. I will now go through the hearing procedure for tonight. The hearing procedure is as follows. The staff report will be presented by the staff planner. The applicant will then present the case in support of the application. Testimony from others, limited to 3 minutes each. Finally, the applicant may present rebuttal, which is limited to addressing any issues raised during the testimony since the applicant's first presentation. The commissioners may ask questions of the staff or any persons providing testimony. However, the purpose of public testimony is to provide information for the commissioners to consider. The public is not permitted to ask questions of the staff, the applicant, or the commissioners. Any person wishing to present additional evidence and testimony or to keep the record open to respond to new evidence must make that request before the public testimony portion of the hearing is closed. Following the applicant's rebuttal, I will ask whether any person who has testified requests an opportunity to present additional evidence or testimony. Upon such a request, the commission will either continue the public hearing for a period of no less than 7 days, or will leave the record open for no less than 7 days for additional written evidence. If there is no request to submit additional testimony or evidence, the public hearing will be closed, the record will be closed, and the commission will proceed to deliberate and make a decision. If you are a participant in this hearing, the commission expects you to abide by the following rules. Please be respectful of all applicants, all participants. Speak only in the order of proceedings or when recognized by the chair. In testifying, please do not repeat previous testimony made at the hearing. Just note that you are in agreement with such prior testimony, and be advised the chair may halt testimony if it has become irrelevant, abusive, or clearly intended to harass or intimidate the participants in this hearing. Any written or other exhibits you want included in the record need to be handed to the commission's recorder for marking before being presented to the commission for consideration. All testimony and evidence must be directed toward the applicable criteria in the Benton County Development Code or other criteria which the person believes applies to the decision. Failure to raise an issue in this hearing accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the commission an opportunity to respond precludes appeal to LUBA, the Land Use Board of Appeals, on that issue. The failure to raise constitutional or other issues relating to the proposed conditions of approval with sufficient specificity to allow the commission to respond precludes any action for damages in the circuit court. To have standing to appeal the decision of the Planning Commission, you must present oral or written testimony to the Planning Commission prior to the closing of the record. Except for the applicant, verbal testimony is limited to 3 minutes total per person. Please respect the time limits so others have the opportunity to testify. The public hearing is now open. So, Mr. Wright, you are up.
Thank you. Apologize, Chair Conley, because I know this is coming. Green is on, red is off. Thank you. Okay. Again, for the public record, my name is James Wright. I'm an associate planner with community development. Today I'm presenting the conditional use application for Northside Church and the parking variance for the property located at 4500 Northwest Powers Avenue. If I can't get this slideshow, thank you. To provide the background, next slide, please. Thank you. The application was submitted on December 29th, 2025, deemed complete January 21st, 2026. The department mailed notices to 1,000 feet from the subject property. Code requires a minimum of 250. Given the neighborhood, staff and planning staff decided to increase it to 1,000 feet. Gazette, a legal ad was posted in the Gazette Times on February 17th. The decision deadline for the 150-day code requirements is June 20th. Today we'll be reviewing this conditional use and evaluating against the criteria of 63205, which is a conditional use criteria for rural residential, which is also pulled from state statute ORS 215-441. The general development standards are pulled from Benton County Code Chapter 91 and Chapter 99. The site is located approximately 0.19 miles northwest of the city limits of Albany, 3 miles east of the city of Adair, and is surrounded by rural residential zones. The property itself is actually composed of 1 tax lot, 2 parcels. Each parcel is about 10 acres. Part of the condition of approval will be a consolidation of those 2 parcels into 1. There's approximately 100 residents within 1,000 square feet. Staff sent out 106 notices. Not all properties within those notices had residences. The property is served by a water line from the city of Albany, a 3/4 inch. Part of the proposal from the applicant is to utilize an on-site storage water tank with a trickle feed to provide support water for the church and the gymnasium. This conditional use is broken up into 2 phases. The first phase encompasses a 261 parking stalls, an 18,902 square foot gymnasium that will initially function as the sanctuary, main sanctuary and congregation area, as well as a daycare. Over time, and within a 10-year time frame, they'll move on to the phase 2 of this approval, which is a 54,700 square foot church. That gymnasium will then transfer the services to the main sanctuary, and the gymnasium will function primarily as the gymnasium. There's also a pickleball court, an amphitheater, and a sports court proposed. Part of the process is sending out agency comments. I'm joined here today with Gordon Kurtz, associate engineer with Public Works. He identified road improvements, right-of-way dedications, erosion, sedimentary control standards, and stormwater requirements. Other individuals that were notified was Scott Kruger, who handles public water drinking systems and early learning and care divisions with the state. Scott said that the applicant should contact the Oregon Department of Early Learning and Care on whether or not the daycare proposed will meet state requirements. Rob Turkisher is the county sanitarian who inspects septic feasibility. He conducted a site analysis of this property and identified that it is suitable for an on-site septic system. However, compliance with a water pollution control facility from the Department of Environmental Quality will be needed. Laura Radcliffe is the Chief Fire Marshal with Albany and has stated that they will review the building plans, grade layout, turnarounds, Knox box at the time of building submittal, and does require on-site fire suppression systems. Michelle Collins is with the Assessor's Department and stated that 18.43 acres of the property is enrolled in a farm special assistance program. And the applicant, once construction begins, will have to pay back taxes when the associated building permit is pulled. We received public comments, both in favor and opposed. We had 106 mailed out, 34 opposed, and I have 27 in favor. I do apologize for the typo on the screen here. The most common concerns were traffic and road safety. There was concerns about Northwest Scenic Drive, Powers Avenue, and Oak Grove. The concerns were that these two-lane roads are not designated to accommodate higher traffic volumes. This concern is addressed through the evaluation of Benton County Code 53-215, subnote 2, and related identified here as traffic and transportation. Other concerns were rural character. Multiple property owners emphasized the importance of maintaining the existing low traffic, quiet rural environment within the North Albany neighborhood. This concern is addressed through the evaluation of Benton County Code 53-215, subnote 1, findings related to the character of the surrounding area. Other concerns were environmental and natural resource. Several members of the public identified environmental impacts, concerns about wildlife, habitat, deer, foxes, skunks, potential contaminations and risk associated with a large capacity septic system, and the effects on natural drainage patterns, particularly runoff to an on-site creek feeding Lakeview Lake. These concerns are addressed in the evaluation of Benton County Code 215-2, subsection 3 and subsection 4, addressed further on this report. There was noise and activities that were concerns, identifying concerns related to the pickleball court and the additional activities. This concern is addressed in Benton County Code section 53-220, subnote 10, noise, vibrations, air pollution, and other environmental influences. When evaluating Benton County Code, the first step is to look at whether or not the proposed use is allowed within the zone. As mentioned, 63-205 conditional use criteria, subnote 5, allows for churches to be placed within rural residential zones. State statutes 215-441 also further addresses this. The Benton County Code conditional use criteria is identified in 53-215. When evaluating this Benton County Code section, I, as staff, like to break it up even further and evaluate whether or not approving the conditional use permit will impact the adjacent areas, alter the character of the surrounding area, be consistent with the purpose of the zone, or place an undue burden on public improvement and facilities or services. Benton County Code 91 and 99 are development standards requiring for parking and loading and building parameters. I've structured my presentation here today to coincide with my staff report. If you look at the top left, you'll see that 53-215 is a code criteria. 1 is the staff finding, and subnote 1, which is the second one, identifies the impacts on the adjacent area. As I mentioned, the property is 19.43 acres. This allows building, parking, and activities to be centrally located, maintaining setbacks and separations from neighborhood residential parcels. There's landscape standards in place and are addressed in the staff report to soften the development appearances. There's limited and intermittent activity for the proposed use. Church services and events occur during defined periods rather than continuous commercial operations. For example, operations like Winco or Costco with high traffic counts. The proposed use reduces the potential for sustained noise, traffic, or disturbance of nearby homes. The compatibility with the surrounding development pattern. Nearby properties, rural residential, are composed of on average between 1 and 2.5 acres. So rural residential setting is consistent with the rural residential development standards in our code. The childcare section for daycare and design impacts are pulled from ORS 215-441, which states that churches are allowed to provide services for daycares, meal services, and other associated activities. The question is, does this impact use cause any changes on the adjacent property? And the staff's finding that no, this proposed development of a church on this property does not limit surrounding property owners' ability to establish or maintain single-family dwellings or their accessory structures. Follow-up question is this proposed use compatible with the character of the area? The rural developed pattern. The surrounding area consists of low-density residential developments on large parcels with dispersed homes and open spaces between structures. The allowed institutional use, churches are allowed as a conditional use in rural residential 2 under the Oregon State Statutes 215-441 and Benton County Code 63. This reflects a legislative intent and recognition that religious institutions can be appropriate in rural residential zones when they're conditioned to mitigate impacts. The site designs and rural characters of this property identifies adequate setbacks, parking, layout, buffering, landscapes, and access management to ensure that the site does not resemble an urban commercial center or preserves the visual openness typical of rural residential neighborhoods. Churches, as I mentioned earlier, are a lower intensity use than the average commercial operation. They typically do not generate continuous traffic, freight activity, or extended hours of operation. When properly sited and conditioned, this type of institutional use has been found to be compatible with residential settings because activity levels are intermittent rather than constant, and operational characteristics differ from commercial enterprises. Staff also looked at comparable churches in similar environments. I looked at 10 other churches within Benton County and identified how many residents are within 1,000 feet of their subject property. As you can see here, the amount ranges significantly between 21 as identified as the lowest and 294 as the highest. The goal of this identification is to further drive the point home that churches are allowed as a residential character of the neighborhood and that are allowed within residential zones. Does a proposed church align with the purpose of the zone? The purpose of the zone is identified as rural residential and is intended to support rural residential lifestyle outside urban growth boundaries while avoiding conflicts with resource lands. The use that's specifically anticipated by the zone, churches are allowed through a conditional use permit, as I mentioned earlier, reflecting the legislative intention. There's no conflict with resource zone lands, although approximately 12.7 acres of this is used for a small scale agricultural harvesting. This is not part of a large commercial farm operation, nor does it convert or diminish resource zone lands, for example, exclusive farm use or forest conservation. Churches maintain a developed pattern. The church is proposed on a large parcel consisting of rural residential lots, does not subdivide the land or increase rural density. The church does not restrict nor prohibit adjacent property owners from utilizing their residential properties. And staff's interpretation and finding that churches and similar institutions are allowed in rural residential 2 zones through a conditional use permit, indicating that such uses may be appropriate when site-specific compatibility is demonstrated. In this case, the parcel size, on-site infrastructure, and compliance with the approved conditions of approval can make this happen. Traffic and transportation. At this point, I'm going to pass it off to Gordon Kurtz.
Commissioners, good evening. So as stated at James, as James has stated previously, this use is approved as long as the impacts, particularly on transportation, are mitigated. And the existing road conditions, Powers is it's classified as a primary local access road, and that standard is a 20-foot paved surface with two 2-foot shoulders. It currently does not meet that standard. We have about 19 feet of pavement total. It varies between 19 and 18 feet. And at most a 1-foot shoulder. And that varies between 1 and 0. There's also a very steep drop off on the south side of the road. And the current road does not meet its design standard. And having worked on several projects in that corridor over the course of the last 25 years, I recognize that there's a lot of pedestrian, bicycle, runners, people walking their dogs. It's a recreational avenue for these folks who are kind of pinned between Oak Grove and Scenic Drive. And any kind of major traffic impact in that corridor, especially I would say on the weekends, is going to be significant. I'm not saying that it is necessarily a hazard, but I think it is a threat to safety. And I'd like to note that difference. You know, we're not talking about a superhighway. We're not talking about those kinds of volumes. We're talking about just the regular volume of traffic that you would expect to see going in and out of the church on a Sunday afternoon for a couple of services. So the weekend church traffic I see as conflicting with that use that I've seen historically, and I believe that's part of some of the opposition to the proposal. In consultation with the county engineer and with the public works director, we recognized that there was some need to accommodate pedestrian traffic in the corridor, and decided that probably the most equitable way of accomplishing that task would be to propose a hybrid cross-sectional standard that included some of the primary local access road and some of the next functional classification above it, which is a minor collector. And the resulting section that we came up with is basically to widen the road so that there's a 2-foot rock shoulder on the north side of the road, a 4-foot paved shoulder with a 2-foot rock shoulder on the south side of the road. And essentially what that would do is give a walking path and a refuge for folks who are using the road for recreational purposes. The hybrid road standard is something that the county has employed in several other locations, not this specific standard, but we have hybridized our standards in several other locations and developments in Benton County. 2 examples are Lakeside Estates, where the developer asked that he didn't want to produce a subdivision with a rural section and did not want to have ditches. He wanted underground drainage and he wanted curbs and gutters. And so we said, okay, we'll narrow this road some. You provide curb and gutter and an underground drainage system. And we accepted that as a compromise. There was a similar compromise at Wren Hill Estates years later. And so there is a precedent for using that kind of for hybridizing our standards. And I think in this case, it's particularly important because of the current uses and because Powers represents this, it's sort of this very low traffic connector between Oak Grove and Scenic. And historically, if you drive it today, it really looks like a country lane. That's the way it feels. So that's where this hybrid idea came from. The other factor in this is actually this morning at the at the Board of Commissioners meeting. Our new transportation, I want to make sure I get the acronym correctly. Transportation Safety Action Plan was adopted. And that is the result of many years of work, both at the state level and the federal level. And we're not citing that as a standard, essentially. We're citing it as a policy goal. And the idea is that there are 0 deaths on our highways. The goal is 0 deaths by 2035. And unfortunately, in the recent past, there has been a rise in deaths on our highways since the pandemic, and we really would like to work to counteract that. So we feel that requesting this improvement to powers would mitigate the impacts of the church, at least in the first phase. So with that, I will give it back to James for a bit. Oh, I didn't.
Road dedication, hydrant.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't mention the fact that I think it is apparent that widening the road on the south side of the road is going to require additional right-of-way dedication. It's unclear exactly how much would be needed because of the steep banks that are on the south side of the road. There's going to have to be quite a bit of fill, and those fills are relatively difficult to accomplish. I note that the trees that line the south side of the road are marked already for removal. And so that was part of the original proposition. In addition, there are stormwater requirements and erosion and sediment control permits will be required during construction, both from the state DEQ for a 1200C permit, and then also from us for the same erosion and sediment control issues. We have a dual permitting process. And then there will also be the necessity for a stormwater management permit for the impervious area created by the proposed parking lot and hardscapes. The stormwater management permit is, it appears that the site design addresses the needs of those facilities, and it looks to me as if the church has sort of dotted its I's and crossed its T's in that regard. So there are already planter areas and storm drain routing that I believe meets that criteria. Then
We're going to development standards, which we touch on later.
okay, all right.
Hydrant.
And the city of Albany has a hydrant located toward the easterly end of the frontage. And that hydrant will have to be moved substantially away from where it currently is. As it sits right now, it's only about a foot off the edge of the pavement, which is what I would consider to be a roadside hazard. And I am not exactly sure how that happened. I think we may have missed it in a previous review, and this relocation is an opportunity to get it away from traffic, and I think that will be a benefit. So.
All right, I'm going to take it.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's okay. Okay, to continue on with the review, staff also looked at the water, fire protection, wastewater, and stormwater management. We've heard about a few already today. The water, as mentioned, was approved through the city of Albany for trickle feed for on-site storage, reduces any additional demand for nearby property owners who are reliant upon wells. Fire protection will be required at the time of building permit submittal. The existing hydrant on Powers Avenue will also have to be relocated. There's several utility infrastructures, meters, mailboxes, posts, properties that may also have to be relocated at that time. Wastewater was an area of concern on public comment, concerned about environmental safety. As mentioned, the site is approved for an on-site septic feasibility for a water control or water pollution control facility permit. At the time of installation, the minimum requirements from the distance from the drain field to the on-site creek is 50 feet for the minimum code. Our county sanitarian increased that setback to 100 feet to ensure a maximum separation. As Gordon has mentioned, there is concerns about environmental on-site drainage. ideally the Lakeview Lake south of the property, which the creek feeds into. This stormwater management permit will be designed to ensure that post-development runoff does not exceed pre-development conditions and does not adversely impact downstream properties. This design will ensure that they maintain their historic flow. Next one. This is road capacity in the area.
Okay, so I want to make sure that I'm looking, okay. In my memo that I included, that I provided to planning in response to the application, I noted some deficiencies in transportation analysis and the transportation demand management plan. The reason that those deficiencies were noted is that at the time that the memo was prepared, we were unsure as to what the result of the requested variance would be for parking. And the primary concern at that point in time was how is traffic, how is the volume of parking going to affect Powers Avenue itself? And our concern, again, being safety, it is critically important that overflow parking it does not happen at this location, because even with the frontage improvements that we've proposed, on-street parking would place pedestrians and cyclists in harm's way. And so if the traffic impact analysis or the transportation demand management plan were to be used as an argument for a reduction in parking, I was interested in seeing what I would consider a more thorough analysis and a better representation of exactly what computations they had done and perhaps additional counts. Given the result of the recommendations in the staff report, that may render that desire for additional information moot. But I felt it was necessary to include it in the memo in case it were pertinent to the argument as we move forward, to the debate as we move forward. So the other issue I had was that parking was analyzed on some example churches in Eugene, which I felt did not really meet the rural character or those locations did not meet the rural character of this particular proposal, and thought that maybe other local churches should be used as a result. And I guess the final minor issue is that the initial site plan illustrates a connection between the access to the parsonage and the main parking area. And we would prefer not to have two separate entrances that could be used by the public to access the parking lot. And so we would ask that knockdown bollards or a chain Knox box gate, something like that, be placed in that area. So it could be used for maintenance or for occasional use to get equipment back and forth or something like that, but that it wouldn't be available for normal internal circulation. And I think that's relatively easy to accomplish. The other minor issue is that the access to the residents currently, it does not meet fire department standards. I would say it's too narrow. The radiuses aren't there at the edge of pavement. It will likely have to be remodeled and re-permitted. And then finally, there are two other field accesses on the property, and we would ask that when construction started on the parking lot initially, that those field accesses be abandoned, so there was a single construction access at the main entrance, just to curtail. Contractors are opportunists, and if they see a driveway, they will use it. And we would like to concentrate, construction traffic to a single access and egress. So I think that covers it, right?
I think you do.
Okay.
So the applicant's phase in operation narrative includes that approximately 261 parking stalls will be constructed during the phase one pursuant to the Benton County Code, BCC 91605. Places of public assembly are required to provide one parking space per 100 square feet of gross floor area, or one space per 8 seats, whichever is greater. Based on the gross floor area of the phase one developments and 18,902 square feet, there will be a requirement of 189 parking spaces. The applicant is proposing 261. When reviewing this, staff looked at both phases. The second phase, when calculating the cumulative total of the gross floor area, there's a total of 736 spaces, factoring in the 54,709 square foot main sanctuary. The second phase does not meet and is not compliant with code. Therefore, staff recommends the following condition. Staff recommend that the approval of the two-phase construction is appropriate given the following conditions of approval. Phase one is for the total site build-out of 261 spaces as proposed. Phase two is not to proceed until the in total site build-out of parking spaces of 736 are prevented, reviewed by a site development plan, so the associate engineer and planning can review these. This allows for the first phase to continue and may move forward as proposed since it is compliant with code while still maintaining compliance over our parking standards or an approval of an alternate variance in phase two. The Benton County Code Chapter 99 looks at development standards, identifying landscape and screening, building standards, signs, noise, environmental impacts, and wastewater. For landscape screenings, the proposal is for the parking area to have landscaping to help break up an institutional commercial look and maintain a rural character. Building standards are to comply with the rural residential height limit of 40 feet. Architectural features are allowed to exceed this 40-foot limit. There is no size footage limitations regulated by our development code. For signs, the applicant is allowed one freestanding sign permitted so long as it meets the signage standards in Benton County Code 91. Exterior lighting must be directed downward to prevent glare onto neighboring properties. A concern that was voiced was lighting and light pollution. I want to note that Benton County does not have a dark sky ordinance, nor do we have lighting standards. The only statements we have in our code is that exterior lighting must be directed downward. Noises and environmental impacts. The activities are primarily daytime and weekend worship services. Outdoor activities or mechanical equipments are designed to minimize offsite impacts through additional screening. Again, Benton County Code does not have a noise or nuisance ordinance. As far as environmental impacts, as stated earlier, this property is not located within a big game range or a wildlife conservation area. It is a rural residential zone. For wastewater, municipal water services are available, compliance with DEQ regulations and Benton County permits, compliance with Department of State lands for state wetland inventory, and exceeding the setback requirements stated on the septic feasibility. The applicant, as stated earlier, has applied for a variance to reduce the parking standard from the code requirement 736 to the applicant's proposal 269. Staff reviewed the criteria as I identified here and is recommending denial based on the following. Criterion 1 is the physical circumstances or other conditions of the land that prevent the property from being reasonably developed in a manner consistent with the standards of the development code without causing significant hardship. This criteria was not satisfied as the property, as I mentioned, is 19.43 acres and capable of accommodating the required parking. The applicant did not provide in their memo any site restraints or constrictions regarding DSL, wetlands, on-site storage, water, or septic systems. Criteria 2 is that the off-street parking requirements of 91.605 apply uniformly to all places of public assembly. The request was that this circumstance this circumstance or condition results in a hardship that is unique to this property. This requirement is based on gross floor area or seating capacity and does not vary based on whether the property is located in a rural or urban setting. This standard is applied uniformly across all Benson County code conditions and criteria. It reflects consistency of the application and therefore is not satisfied. The third criteria is not self-created. Staff did not identify or did not see compliance with this criteria as the requirements for the parking standards are in a direct correlation to the proposed structure size. Neighborhood criteria. The applicant states that constructing the full code required parking would urbanize the site and conflict with rural characters of the area. The code requirement is proportional to the level of development as intended to ensure that impacts associated with large assemblies are accommodated on site and off the main roads. Reducing the number of parking spaces from 736 to 269 would create a shortfall relative to the code standards. While the applicant's traffic study estimates lower peak demand, the code requirement is designed to account for a full range of reasonably foreseeable assembly events, including special events, activities, or future ownerships of the property. The fifth criteria is the minimum variance. The off-street parking requirement is proposing a reduction of, 736 required by code. The request would allow for 269 spaces at full site build out. Criterion 5 requires that any approved variance request the smallest possible deviation of the code necessary to alleviate a demonstrated hardship. In this case, the request would reduce the required parking amount by approximately 63% below the number of required sites. This cannot be identified as minimal. While the record includes that a traffic and parking analysis estimates lower parking demands, the code required parking ratio is intended to address full occupancy, potential places of worship, and full ownership. The requested parking supply is not proportionate to the maximum intensity permitted within proposed structure. Without binding land use limitations that run with the property, the request reduction cannot be considered the least modification possible. The record does not demonstrate that a smaller reduction, alternative site design, building size adjustment, phase compliance strategy, or other modifications would be insufficient to provide relief. Instead, the request seeks specifically for approval of a significant reduction in the parking standards based on code. Therefore, it's staff's recommendation to provide approval for the church for both phases, but broken up into each phase as conditions of approval. Phase 1 is for the construction of an 18,902 square foot gymnasium with the parking requirements at 269 as identified by the applicant. Phase 2 would be contingent upon a site development plan review by the associate engineer and the planning department, compliance with all conditions of approval for phase 1, and either a approval of a variance for parking or the maximum parking build out of 736, whatever is designed at the time of development. Option 2 is limited approval only put forward to the board, put forward to the commissioners, sorry. Commissioners may approve phase 1 only as subject to the conditions of approval and request that phase 2 come in at a later time. Option 3 is a denial of the conditional use permit for Northside Church. And staff recommends for the parking variance to be denied.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. We'll move into the question period, and we'll go around clockwise around the table with each commissioner. And Commissioner Cash, I'll insert you after Commissioner Wilson for your questions. And after everyone's had some time to ask their questions, we'll have a free-for-all at the end to collect any questions that failed to get asked during your dedicated time. We'll begin with Commissioner Fulford.
Thank you. We got this thing. A few questions that I have. I'm a little confused on the road, based on what was up there versus what we were seeing in the write-up and stuff. So is it 10 and 10, 4 and 4, and 2 and 2? Or is it just north side or just south side? What was the,
The current functional classification is for two 2-foot rock shoulders with two 10-foot paved travel lanes. And the current facility does not meet that standard.
okay.
The next functional class up, which is the one that was illustrated, I think here, is two. The way I usually do is I go from left to right. So you go 2, 4, 10, 10, 4, 2. And the 4-foot shoulders on either side, the two 2-foot shoulders are rock, the two 4-foot shoulders are paved, and the two travel lanes are paved.
Okay. And so what are you
And
proposing?
so
Yeah.
what we're proposing is basically the lower classification on the north side
Mhm.
and the higher classification on the south side. And they're very similar to one another. You're really just adding a 4-foot paved shoulder to the current functional classification. But the way we rationalized it was to say, okay, what we're doing is we're kind of merging these two functional classifications to establish that it was a justifiable section to ask for.
So follow-on question, with the parking and there's no overflow parking, do you see people walking from the neighborhoods to this church? And do they need a walking space on either side?
I think that is foreseeable. I do see the need for a pedestrian refuge area, however, to be one of the uses that the neighborhood has for this facility, and does not necessarily contend with the type of traffic that one would expect with this particular development. And so the widening could serve two purposes. It could serve those in the neighborhood who wish to walk to the facility for services, or it serves the current uses that are pedestrian, bicycle, dog walking, that kind of thing, running.
And so what's the argument on not having the additional 4 feet? Because like you said, on Sunday, joggers, bikers,
Are going to be sharing that shoulder.
churchgoers, and then tight parking.
I think the frank answer to that is that there's a limit to what we can ask of a developer to do to our facilities. You know, we live sort of in the shadow of the Dolan decision, and we are very careful that any improvements that we ask for are either justified or have what we call a proportional share of improvements. And in this instance, it seemed too much to ask for a full build out of the next functional classification of it.
Gotcha. On the intersections at Scenic and Oak Grove, any lights, any enhancements to those intersections?
We don't see, because both of those intersections are T intersections, and it is a lower classification meeting a much higher classification on each of them.
Mm-hmm.
We feel that the stop signs at those T intersections on Powers is sufficient to control traffic. It will be interesting to see what the traffic counts do, after the facility is built, assuming an approval. We historically, when we've approved a facility like this, we've asked for traffic counts after the fact so that we have a preliminary and a post number to compare, and that would then inform whether or not we needed to make modifications to either Scenic or Oak Grove.
A question, I'm a little confused on that. I guess I'm not confused, is when you go from 736 down to 269, I saw the designs very, very well. I thought it was beautifully done, but that's a lot of change in a design for that property. How do we prove phase one without a complete rework for phase two? Because I'm thinking more than doubling or tripling the parking spaces. I don't get it. I really don't.
I think, well, do you want to address that?
Yeah, we'll tag team. So the approval of phase one, as identified, meets the code requirements minimums. So that is why we put forward the recommendation for approval of phase one. The reason we put forward approval for phase two in that recommendation as well too, is because the character of the area does not change. The impacts of the area does not change. The exception is the on-site parking requirements, which would be subject to review by the associate engineer and planning staff.
And I would add to that also that there is room on the opposite hillside I guess to the southeast of the development area where parking could be created. The other alternative would be in phase two to reduce the scope of the building or the impact of the building, reduce the square footage, and thus reduce the required parking. And so that's an option that the applicant also has is a redesign or a rescoping of the proposed project.
Okay, so on the one side, what would you say?
Southeast of the current.
That is part of their property, and they could add parking.
They could add parking in that location. I think it would be a challenge.
While keeping the design.
Yeah, and it would also involve crossing a seasonal stream.
Correct.
Okay.
Unless the field access from the.
I think I took my slide.
Very good. Commissioner Lee.
Thank you. I'm having trouble with the numbers also. So, thank you. When I looked at the beginning of this report, it talked about septic service, and it talked about a limited maximum capacity of 650 people. Is that right?
The septic feasibility is designed by the county sanitarian. He indicated a max flow of 2,500, or sorry, greater than 2,500 gallons per day, triggering a water control facility.
So somewhere in here, it says that the septic capacity is 650 people. Let's see, I'll do a search.
Yeah, it's in the sanitarian's report in the first paragraph.
Right. The feasibility has been conducted for a 650 seat church. So anyway, what I'm thinking is I'm really having trouble with all these, the mismatch in the scale of the numbers. Is is 650 that number used in any other kinds of considerations for this?
I can't speak to the county sanitarian. What I can state is that this is a septic site evaluation. So at the time of building permit, when they actually go for the septic installation, it'll be correlated and approved by Rob Turkisher. When they go for the building application itself as well, Rob will sign off, if approvable, with his initial septic evaluation. It's also worth noting that both systems are designed as an ATT, or alternative treatment technology plan is built in. Those, higher on-site breakdowns.
Okay.
Versus a standard system.
Okay. Okay, just to help me then with the road, my question is similar to Ed's, only I'm thinking there was a mention of a gas line under one side of the road. Which side of the road is that?
South.
And is that the side that's going to have the 4 and 2?
Yes.
Okay. So, I have a history of looking at road widening for the purposes of recreation in my own community. And it seems like a rule of thumb is that road widening for recreation doesn't necessarily always practically achieve the goal. Essentially, traffic goes faster, so people aren't safer. So do you have any comments about how this is going to interact, how you would, is this actually going to be safer or safer than it would have been without this path?
As staff, we can't speculate on whether or not the road improvements would increase traffic speed.
Okay, okay.
I will concede that often when you, as you improve a road, oftentimes driver behavior changes. That's undeniable. These similar questions came up when the Oak Grove School was rebuilt. And there was a requirement by the county that they provide some kind of pedestrian connectivity to the subdivisions to the east. And the options were not many, and there were right-of-way constraints again. And what we ended up doing was placed a rumble strip along the entire length of the road adjacent to this path that we had built. And then in addition, added knockdown bollards or knockdown delineators along that line as well. So there's a line of delineators, the rumble strip, I think it's the rumble strip, and then the line of delineators, and then the path that the kids walk on. And that's an alternative. That is a possibility in this instance. I'm not sure that level of delineation really fits the description of a country lane, but again, it depends on driver behavior,
Okay.
which is wildly variant.
Yes.
Yes.
So,
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Commissioner Struthers?
Good evening. I think I only got two questions at this point. One's a clarifying question. And as you were talking about the church being conditionally allowed within county code. And then you also mentioned, I believe it was ORS 215.241. In that ORS, is that conditionally allowed or is that outright allowed?
ORS 215-441.
41. But is that outright or is it conditional allowed like county code?
It states that, let me actually read it verbatim here.
I knew it's somewhere in the report, but my search function is not moving quickly enough.
We work as a team. So it states that if a church, a temple, mosque, chapel, meeting house, or other non-residential place of worship is allowed on real property under state law and rules and local zoning ordinances and regulations, the county shall allow within reasonable use of property the following activities: worship, services, religions, weddings, funerals, meal programs, childcare. A county may, subject to the property described in 1, require site modifications or prohibit the use of the property in subsection 1 if the county finds that the level of services of the public facilities, including transportation, water supply, sewer, and stormwater drain system, is not adequate to serve the place of worship.
And that document you just read from, is that in our report?
Don't believe it is, but
Okay.
I don't believe it is. I believe it's cited multiple times throughout here in
Okay.
codes.
And then my other question I had, since we're talking numbers, and it's not a map number, so the number of parking spaces that is required under phase 2, that is because of the square footage of both buildings, correct? Not
Correct.
one building being used, so that it's the total square footage for all buildings on the property.
Correct.
Okay.
and that represents what would be like the absolute maximum use of the facility at any given time.
And that's both facilities, not just one
Both
facility.
facilities.
Correct. The second phase requires 547 additional parking spaces.
Okay. That is all I got right now.
Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, I'm going to touch on a couple of things. My first question is, and it didn't, because it wasn't addressed at all in this particular staff report on this application, but are we bound or guided by the federal law, the RLU-IPA? That's the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act.
It is. It was incorporated into the state legislation within the last
Okay.
5 years or so. And I think that citation actually included the one that you just read.
Mhm.
So that's been included in this citations at the ORS level.
Okay,
Yep, the short answer is yes.
okay.
The longer answer is it's not explicitly called out in our code yet. The county.
I see. Okay. Well, that's helpful. That was the first thing. The second thing that came to mind was your recommendation that we break it up and there's phase one and phase two, or we can consider approval of phase one and defer phase two, and in the third instance, just simply deny the variance. So if we only approve phase one, does the applicant have to come back and resubmit for phase two? And if so, how does that impact the conditional use permit application clock in terms of the overall application?
Sure. So if the commission decides to break up the phase approvals and forward tonight, approve just phase one, then the conditions of approval that are applied to phase one will have that time frame. At the time of the second phase, new conditions of approval will be enacted, and they will have an additional time frame for that phase two operation.
So in other words, they would have to meet those conditions of approval if approved in phase one before they could proceed.
Correct.
Okay. And then how many of the conditions of approval in phase one would have to be met before any permits could be issued?
Well, the conditions of approval are as followed: conformance with approved plan, deed consolidation, parking requirements for minimum phase one, road improvements, those would have to be met in phase one prior to the actual certificate of occupancy. Is that correct?
Yeah, the option though also is that it can be secured.
Okay.
By entering into an agreement for improvements with Public Works. However, the agreement for improvements only lasts 18 months, and there is an optional 6-month extension to that. So those improvements have to be constructed within 2
20
years of the time that
2
the
years.
agreement is signed.
Okay.
We also have frontage improvement, road dedication, road approach, water service connection, fire protection, DEQ, which was the septic permit requirements, septic area protection, a 1200C, erosion sedimentary control, and a stormwater management permit. All those would be required
Okay.
before building.
And I think, so then you did answer my question. The DEQ permit for the septic system would have to be, they would have to have that permit before the installation of a septic treatment system.
Correct.
Okay. There was, the only curious thing is that the property is currently in 2 parcels. And so it will require consolidation,
Correct.
a deed consolidation. And so, and some of the land is impacted by the farm special assessment.
Correct.
And do we know, does the county know what that potential back tax
No,
levy could be?
I did not inquire further with assessment.
Okay.
Believe that's.
I guess I can pose that question to the applicant, and maybe they know what that is. Okay, I'm not quite done. Oh, the road. So in a similar fashion, the developer, I presume, now Riles is a different type of road. It's a minor collector or major collector?
I believe Rouse is a minor.
It's a minor collector, but there is only one bike lane and it's on the south side. But the developer built, although I don't know if it was a condition of approval to they put a sidewalk in and a buffer. There's a wetland
condition of
buffer.
approval.
Sorry. That was a condition of approval. And so what that has done is that it does force some bicyclists to share that bike lane in order to go up Riles to the west.
Yeah.
There's not that much bike traffic, so that tends not to be an issue. And then all the pedestrians are on the sidewalk. Was some consideration maybe given to potentially considering doing something similar if we are expanding only to the south side towards the development?
I would say no, because at that point, what you're doing is you're building a very large facility for what I would consider to be a relatively rural neighborhood.
In other words, the sidewalks.
Yeah, and that almost pushes it out of the realm of engineering feasibility in terms of how much fill you would have to place in order to get that widening effect. I should note also that, like on Riles, the rationale at that point in time is because the city was, of course, expanding to the south.
Right.
The city of Adair Village was expanding to the south, that eventually the north side of the road would also build out, and we would end up with the same treatment on the north side. That just hasn't precipitated in the meantime. So they've continued marching the other direction is basically what's happened.
No, that's fine. Let me just double check my notes. The traffic study was 2019. Was there an intent to have, or is the community development making the applicant get updated traffic studies, or is there an expectation that you were going to do updated traffic studies?
We were going to ask for counts anyway before approval, and we would ask for that like immediately before, like at the time of building permit application or something like that. And really the reason for those counts, assuming that we don't need an updated traffic impact analysis or anything like that, referring back to my sort of contingencies that were in the memo, we would ask for counts before, and then we would perform counts afterwards to give us a benchmark against which we could, ascertain what the actual impacts were.
Would those numbers then be if the commission approves only phase one? Are those numbers that could be expected in the application process for phase two?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I would say so. The critical number is that benchmark you establish before development. And then we would likely go out and do traffic counts at either end of Powers afterwards, even after phase one, and then be able to then use that as an additional benchmark for counts that we would perform again after phase two was completed.
Okay.
And generally, when these kinds of facilities go in, or there's a major change in a facility similar to, say, Oak Grove School, we would perform counts. We would ask for counts before and then perform counts afterwards.
Okay.
That's what we did on Leicester also.
Right. And then just for clarification on the parking issue, phase one, the number of parking spaces, both proposed and under conditions of approval, do meet the square footage requirement. Is that
correct?
Okay. And then the only compromise regarding the parking for phase two of build out is that the applicant has to reduce the size of that second building in order to meet a lower threshold for parking.
Or provide an alternative site location.
Or alternative site location for parking. Now, does that alternative site have to be contiguous to the property? Connected.
I believe it does. I'm going off of code here on memory,
Okay.
so I believe it's
Sorry,
off-street.
that's why I asked.
I believe it's off-street parking. I don't think our code has on alternative pathway for shuttle services or anything of that nature.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think
So
it has to
that the developer would have to have some plan for moving those people from the parking area, the alternative parking location to the facility?
No, I don't think we would approve any off-site.
Off-site parking that would require that
Correct.
distance.
Correct.
Okay. The last, it isn't, I know you, in the report, you indicated that there was no major riparian zone or other wildlife zones within that, the designated property. But the applicant, I think, reports and indicates that there's a small wetland designated in the area. Do they have to seek, before like the installation of the sanitary septic, does that plan have to seek a variance from the state in order to show that they will not impact that particular wetland and drain into the lake?
They have to comply with all state and federal regulations. So part of every application for building permits, anytime there's proposed activity within a state wetland, staff notifies DSL, Department of State Lands. And at that point in time, the applicant and DSL coordinate together.
So the Division of State Lands, for those who don't know the
Yes,
acronym.
correct. Sorry.
It's okay. Just trying to stay on top. I think, Commissioner, those are all my questions.
Very well. Commissioner Cash.
I just have one question after all those great questions from the other commissioners. And I'm not even sure how to articulate it. Do I understand it correctly that there is an entrance to the parking lot that has to be the entrance and the exit, and it's only one lane?
No, there is, what is proposed by the applicant is actually a very generous approach in the center of the site plan. And that has a single lane in, a left turn lane, and a right turn lane. So there are basically 3 lanes at the main access and egress point. And then further to the west from the proposed access to the site is an existing driveway that serves the residence that's on the property that I understand will be the parsonage. And that driveway width does not meet current standards. It's really very much like a 1-lane access. It's a little more, but not completely. And so it would have to be widened in order to properly serve 2-way traffic. And then those 2 approaches, both the one for the parsonage and the main approach, would be separated from one another, and you couldn't access one from the other.
Thank you for clarifying that. Now I understand. That makes it all make sense. That's all. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Chair.
Vice Chair Hayman.
Thank you. I have a couple questions, clarifications, probably. One is piggybacking on Commissioner Lee's question about the size of the septic system. Perhaps just observation. First, it's a significant septic system for that neighborhood. But it also is interested that at least at the moment, it appears that it's sized to about 600 people. Is that what I understood? 650, but we think it needs 769 parking spaces. So it seems inconsistent.
I can see how.
Yeah, that is where our code deviates between the septic requirements and parking requirements. And so our code requires parking spaces, 1 space for every 100 gross floor area, or 8.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So
It's
that's
the
where
math,
the
but it doesn't make
deviation is.
logical sense.
Correct.
Okay.
And as I understand it, and bear in mind, I am not a sanitarian. As I understand it, the way that the population served, or let's see, the occupancy served by a particular sanitary septic system is determined by square footage of the building, and there is a different ratio between square footage and required and served population. I think I got that right. But the difference is in the ratio between what is required per square foot and also in the use of the facility. So a church has a different ratio than, say, a shopping mall does, or something like that. And so, and this is typical of municipal and state regulations, in that they use different measuring sticks, and as a result, they don't always dovetail neatly. So,
Well, my follow-up question on that is that it's really a question about the difference between option 1 and option 2. If you go with option 2, you have 2 completely separate processes, right? And so this conversation about parking spaces could all come up in a whole new form, I think. Is that correct?
yes.
Is it possible that the difference between septic size and parking size would enter into the conversation in such a way that it would cause the county to reduce the number of parking spaces required?
Sure, I can answer that one.
But the answer is no.
Yeah.
However, where there might be a change or reduction in the TDM element or the transportation demand management element is in 2022, the state required that all aspects of transportation system plans have included better opportunities for there to be programs to reduce the number of parking spaces.
Yeah.
Our last update was prior to 2022, and therefore have not incorporated those what are now just discretionary programmatic elements. So we have a whole list of things that we would like to consider in a future program. So there's a very good chance that by the time they get to the second phase, there will be an opportunity to reduce parking.
And would that be true both in terms of if we chose to approve option 1 and option 2? Is that principle would apply?
So in 1, we need to use what it says right now, right?
Okay.
So there's not going to be any discretion on that
It sets it in.
for 1, but for phase 2, there's a pretty good chance that there will be.
Okay. Question. Next question has to do, you had mentioned that the road improvement would perhaps require a easement adjustment.
Yes.
Right-of-way dedication.
Right-of-way adjustment, right. And so my question is, do you have any sense in which that right-of-way adjustment would affect the property uses of the individuals that own property along that road, and to what extent?
There will definitely be impacts, I would say. There's, go ahead.
Isn't the right-of-way dedication just along the front part?
Yeah, the right-of-way dedication would be along the frontage of the property in question here. We would have to negotiate with the property owners to the east and west in order to obtain right-of-way to accomplish that widening. And so it's going to involve the cooperation of the local community, basically. And it may be that in some instances, we will not be able to provide that widening if the right-of-way is unavailable. The other element that may be necessary are slope easements, because there is some fill that's being proposed on the south side of the road in order to accommodate that widening. And it may be that we end up with a patchwork improvement through that corridor.
So if I understand you correctly, the road improvement proposed here may be impossible to do?
I wouldn't say it's impossible to do. I think that it's accomplishable at least between scenic and the westerly boundary of the property.
Perhaps, you're right. I recognize going west, it's more complicated.
Yeah. But between the westerly boundary of the property and Oak Grove, that's going to be a greater challenge.
Yeah, okay. I had one more, now I forgot. Thank you for your answer to that. Yeah.
I should note also that in these circumstances, the center line of the road can wander.
Mm-hmm.
And as stated in my memo, the existing structure can remain. It would only be the widening elements that would need to meet the current standard of depth and pavement depth and base depth.
The pavement is varies, but it's essentially 20 feet, right?
It's about 19
Yeah,
feet.
okay.
Yeah.
How wide is the actual right of way?
The right of way varies between it's 40 feet in some places and it's 50 feet in other places. And so, and it widens and narrows from place to place. And so again, the fill that's necessary to create that widening is really the challenge.
Yeah, if you've only got
Some
40
engineering has to be done, definitely.
Right. Yeah, that's a concern. I mean, if where, because it does drop off quite a bit on the south side.
It does.
If you seize yourself in order to stay within the right of way, to have to construct a wall of some sort.
Yeah, I would say so. I would think that could be accomplished with gravity walls, if I'm.
Okay, just a concern. Thank you.
Nope.
I'm done.
So character of the area, we saw in the written testimony from the public, and I anticipate we will hear from the public and oral testimony that traffic is a real concern. How does traffic density affect the character of the area? Is that one of the elements? I didn't explicitly see that in the staff report.
I addressed traffic in a little bit of the character of the area
Right.
on page 8, where I stated, unlike retail, industrial, high-intensity commercial uses, a church is not typically involved outdoor storage, freight activity, extended hours of operation, or continuous turnover throughout the day. Deliveries are limited. So I identified that while the character of the area is being stressed with a church, that it is not stressed to the point where it's a commercial endeavor being placed within a rural zone. Went on further by identifying that the character of the area doesn't deviate or become different significantly because of the institution, the allowance of a church, as identified that we have about 10 other churches also within residential zones.
Yeah, all but one are within urban or industrial areas, if I understood the table. So within the context of rural residential, I'm wondering the delta in traffic. Is that an element to consider in terms of compromise of the character of the area? And my apologies to Mr. Kurtz, I played traffic engineer here a little bit. And if we use the 1,000-foot radius as a definition of the area, all these terms are undefined. So we'll put some definitions just for hypothetical use. 1,000-foot radius, there's 100 homes. If we assume 2 drivers per home, each taking 1 trip per day, throughout a week, it's 1,400 cars within that 1,000 square foot or 1,000-foot radius. Addition of the church with 58 daycare, assuming 12 staff during the week, something like that. Saturday, very light. Sunday service at either 147, which is what the applicant says is their current estimate, or 300 if we use something on the order of what fraction of the maximum capacity could be used, or 500. The church adds between 900 and 1,400 cars into that density. So essentially a doubling of the density of traffic within the area. So how does the staff report address a doubling of the density of cars within the week as affecting the character of the area?
I don't have a direct answer for you on that. The only thing I could state is that the consistency and load correlated with the church isn't a everyday occurrence as if it were a single family dwelling with 2 cars traffic, that the traffic that is generated by this church is on an intermittent basis through Sundays, worship services, or scheduled timeframes.
Yeah, I certainly concur with Sunday services. A daycare with 58 children, that has a very predictable impact on traffic that's going to overlap pretty directly with the commutation traffic in the area. So I think it's going to have to be something that we consider. And if there is the opportunity, if there is going to be a revised staff report at some point, I would appreciate addressing the kind of the traffic density change by virtue of approving the church. I think parking has been brought up a lot. The other area that I think parking affects, again, the character of the area, that is a huge amount of hardscape compared to rural residential. And it's mind-boggling to think of 736 parking spaces. And I didn't see that addressed. I know it's a requirement, and you address the requirement, but that could also affect the character of the area where you have that significant hardscape in an area that was pasture before, or haylands or something like that.
Yeah, the offset would be the stormwater management compliances, ensuring that the hardscape and the water flow is accounted for. Landscaping to soften the look of it. Their site plan includes bioswales between the parking dividers.
Yeah, and those are great things. From the aerial photograph, it looks like there's at least 2 properties that are directly opposite the development area. And I think within the plan, softening of the parking area, that's too soft a term, because those homes are going to be directly impacted looking out over hardscape, which is no longer rural residential, it is an urban landscape. And so I think for us, we'll have to consider, if approved, conditions of approval that will assist in at least those 2 properties from some ability to maintain their rural nature. So we'll move into free-for-all. Any questions that came up? That's Chair Hamer.
You're raising a question. I didn't see it. Do you have a topographical representation of the site? The south side is significantly lower than the north side. So I'm just raises questions of, what does that look like, from one? And I don't know the answer to that, but I'd like to see that.
Yeah, the parking lot would be tiered. So you would have a series, I believe 2 benches, if not 3. So you'd have first bench, the second bench, both parking, and then the third bench would be the location of the sanctuary and the sort of
approximately 30 feet down from the road grade.
The relief is probably in the 20 to 30 foot range. Yeah.
Commissioner Struthers.
I will try to be quick. I know we're not allowed to enter anything into the record, but if possible to request that ORS page that you read, we can somehow be added as a supplemental to the staff report. And then my question is related to septic real quick, only because I'm trying to put my head around what we've discussed. So I know I have to go back and find it on page, this is page 5 of 48. Number 4, so the septic feasibility has been conducted for the 650 seat church. The septic feasibility is encompassed. But then there's later discussion about that 2,500 gallons per day requirement. I'm assuming the 650, that's just talk about the church in general, if and when phase 2 happens. But that 2,500 is related to both buildings, all square footage for everything. I'm trying to
No,
Trying
we're
to
on.
get where we here on this.
The 2,500 is the county threshold for the amount of the gallons per day that Benton County Environmental Health can regulate in-house.
Okay.
Anything over that requires a permit from DEQ. Their application material, actually Rob's material indicated a 5,000. I have it right here. I believe it's, 5,175 gallons per day. So that's how he designed the septic feasibility that was approved.
So it would be more than just for that 650 seat church. It'd be for both buildings, if both buildings were in use at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay. I hope that helps answer some stuff on the septic.
Oh, perhaps Commissioner Lee first.
Oh, yeah, I really appreciate all these comments and this. I have similar concerns about assumptions we're making about a church and a Sunday morning service, but we also have mention of pickleball and an amphitheater. And all those are unknowns about what they're adding to the traffic, to the septic, to the, in other words, the capacity of this property is much larger than a church, a typical church. And that's where these questions kind of reverberate, and I don't have good answers. Maybe it's the applicant that I need to ask this for, but when you were looking at this as a church, were you making assumptions about just Sunday morning services, the typical church? Because this does not seem like a typical church.
As staff, when I was reviewing this for the pickleball court and associated facilities, I thought of a community-based park in that situation. I can't go off the assumptions that individuals from other neighborhoods would be driving to this park, but I could go off the code analysis for the square footprint for the parking requirements.
So you would have analyzed it as a community park?
Correct. Well, I analyze it as a church with community-like features.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Wilson.
Oh, back to the road. Sorry. I'm a visual person and I'm so the condition of approval is that the applicant, the developer have to widen the road only in front of the subject property.
No, it's actually stated.
Or is it from end to end?
From end to end.
Okay.
And I think it's from end to end as possible is really where we're going to end up.
So when Commissioner Hayman was referencing the right-of-way question, I guess my question is, are they meeting their condition of approval if they only do it in front of the subject property for purposes of starting phase one, or do they have to go, do they have to negotiate end to end before you know, the
I think
perception of phase
the road improvement issue and the provision for pedestrians and bicyclists needs to be addressed before phase one goes into construction.
Yeah.
And is the negotiation for right-of-way then upon the applicant and the developer, or is that?
I think that would be a cooperative effort between the county and the applicant, which I think is a unique circumstance for us.
Okay. And then I'm going to use I don't know if it's a common term in planning. I think it is green space. Developers create green space, and then municipalities, or in our case, the county, is at some point or so many years down the road is ultimately responsible for maintaining that green space. Is that a similar circumstance?
I would say not. Our current, and I think I've discussed this at least with some of the planning commissioners, but our current approach to, say, our stormwater management systems is to place responsibility for maintenance and long-term maintenance and repair and reporting on the applicant. And so the property owner signs a long-term maintenance agreement in order to accomplish that task. The green spaces within the project itself, I think, would be the responsibility of the applicant. And then the the green spaces that were part of the treatment and detention system for the stormwater facilities then would be covered under a separate long-term maintenance agreement. Now, I hope that answers your question.
I
Were
think
you
so.
referring to green spaces that would be associated with the widening of the road in other locations in the corridor?
Well, no, just in terms of that area right in front of the subject property.
I would say it would be their responsibility to
Okay.
maintain them, yes.
All right.
Because we do not have, one of the issues that we are currently confronting at Public Works is that we are required by the conditions of our permits when we do new bridges, culverts, widen roads, et cetera, to create water treatment facilities that are usually swales or check dams or planted areas or green spaces. And we don't have the personnel to maintenance them. We do not have trained staff to be able to maintenance them long-term. So a looming issue for Public Works is, how are we going to accomplish that task, and will it involve, signing up a contractor to perform it? And so where we can, we would place that responsibility on the applicant.
And the road widening, the condition of approval for the road widening is because of the traffic impacts that are going to be caused by the size of this particular development in that rural residential area.
Yes.
Okay. And would you I know this is a purely subjective question, but would you, I don't know how to phrase this. And I can ask the applicant, I suppose, but from the county's perspective, is it your impression that this condition of approval does not provide, it is not an undue burden on the developer or the applicant to do this in order to accomplish their development?
I don't think it's an undue burden based on the need for safe pedestrian uses.
And the county's development code.
Yeah, and the county's development code.
That's all I have.
Commissioner Fulford.
Thank you, Chairman Fowler. To extend on Commissioner Wilson's widening of powers from end to end, you said where possible. That gives me a lot of concern, because if we have 10 by 10 by 4 by 2 by 2, which is 28 feet, and it narrows down to 20, and it knocks off all of our, people with strollers and our bikers and our joggers, I don't think that's appropriate, right? And it looks like, right, if we have 40 to 50 yards or feet in right of way, and this is only 28 feet, can't we use the other 12 feet to make sure with the fill? And I know it's challenging, but it almost seems like it'd be a requirement to not do this with the road.
I think that the only circumstance in which we would make a concession is if there were some mitigating factor. As I mentioned, the center line of the road is likely going to have to wander in order to make this happen. And that's not an easy engineering task. One of the most difficult, it's very easy to design subdivisions where you're building a brand new road. It's just you go that way. Yeah. And where you're adding width and widening existing facilities, it becomes very challenging very quickly. I think that there is probably enough room to accomplish the task as you describe it. I'm kind of hedging my bets by saying that where possible.
Yeah, and I guess I'm just saying it really should be a requirement, and I get the little bit of constraints that we don't know, right?
It ultimately is your decision.
Sure. And the second question, I think it came up that there might be some new programs that would require less parking.
Yeah.
I can visualize that in an urban area. I'm not for sure I can visualize it in a rural area. What kind of programs would that be to kind of help push those numbers down?
Do you want to take that one? Okay.
Yeah, it's not very common in rural areas, right? So it's a little bit more on the edge of, new technologies and things. But the shuttle was one of those things. Having alternative timeframes for opening of certain uses. That's another one. So shifting the peak time. There's carpool options. There's other types of programs like that, primarily behavioral marketing related.
Okay.
For that, but you're right. They're much more effective in urban areas.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, I'm going to suggest we take a 8-minute break, 7:50, and remind everyone of one of the things that I read in the opening is please don't discuss with any of us anything to do with the application or things like that. We can discuss the weather, sports, but not this application. 7:50 will be returned with the applicant.
You guys gonna be able to get back here and let the applicant?
Yeah. We'll move over.
I believe we
Yeah, so, sure, these were the comments that I submitted. Oh,
Let's do that.
Do we have the applicant or applicant's representative? I can invite you up to the table. Great. Great. Okay, very good. So if we can ask you to sit right here, and it'll be the same process. Submit this presentation, and then we'll be asking questions. Okay, we're proceeding with the applicant's presentation, which will be followed by questions from the Planning Commission. So I can turn it over to the applicant.
Do I have to hit
That's great. Great.
There we go.
Okay.
Good evening, Chair Fowler and Commissioners. Thank you for your time tonight. I'll say, I was going to say today, but that was earlier on when I wrote some of this. So my name is Ron Wobig, and I'm speaking on behalf of Northside Church this evening. Kevin Kropp, who was the head of our development committee, was not able to be here tonight. I've lived in North Albany since 2000, and many of our church members live, work in the North Albany community as well. They're farmers, small business owners, contractor, tradesmen, educators, healthcare providers, and first responders. We represent a broad cross-section of this community. We raise our families here. Our kids go to school here. We care deeply about maintaining the character of that area. I had the privilege of helping lead the property search committee. I want to begin by saying this has been a very thoughtful, deliberate process from the very beginning for us. We work closely with Benton County staff, our land use consultants, and through multiple refinements of the design to make sure that we were aligning with all the applicable criteria while also being responsive to the community concerns. From the beginning, our goal has been simple, and that's to find a place where we can serve our congregation while also respecting the rural character of this area. That intent is reflected in the design before you today. The buildings are intentionally set back, downslope, centered on the property, which preserves the perimeter as a natural buffer. We're maintaining the existing tree stands, including the large Douglas fir area. We're preserving significant open space across the site. When you look at the phase one and potential phase two, the buildings themselves occupy about 15% of that property. That means the majority of the site remains open, landscape buffered, something that's very important to the design in this plan. We've also made adjustments along the way based on feedback from county staff, particularly with access to parking and the layout. And we want to continue working collaboratively with this as we move forward. We recognize that some neighbors have concerns, especially about the traffic, the visual impact, and we want to acknowledge that we hear those concerns and we respect them. That's why we've taken steps to minimize the impact. The buildings are set back. There's natural features that we are trying to preserve. We're planning additional landscaping, screening along Powers Road, and eventually on that northern property towards Scenic Road. That should hopefully soften visibility and time as those grow up. In terms of how the site will actually function, this is not a high intensity use. The primary activity is centered around Sunday services, limited in duration. During the week, activity is quite limited, primarily staff presence and maybe occasional small gatherings such as a Bible study. We've talked about potentially opening a daycare, mainly to serve the local families and a lot of our children in the area who are in need of that. So while this is an important place for our church community, it's not a site that we have a constant or continuous activity throughout the week at. Ultimately, our goal is not to change the character, okay? We are trying to integrate into it thoughtfully and respectfully, creating a place that serves families, supports the community, and preserves the natural setting. That's what makes this area special and why we chose it. We believe this plan reflects the careful balance between community need and the respect for the land. And we're also committed to continuing that approach, whatever that may be. I just want to thank you for your time and your consideration tonight on this.
Thank you. My name is Laura LaRock. I am a land use planner with Pathfinder Land Use Consulting. So I'll just say briefly, I wanted to thank staff for helping us through this application. We have worked diligently before spinning it and appreciate their level of professionalism as they bring it forward to you tonight. I also want to thank you for being very prepared. Typically, I start off my presentation with giving a really thorough overview of the proposal, but I appreciate that I can gather from your comments and questions that you have spent the time to review the proposal. So today I want to just focus on three main items that were brought up in the staff report and respond to those. But before I do, we did submit into the record just yesterday, and I'm not sure if you've received it yet, but a request to continue the public hearing and leave the record open. So I'll note that.
And that would be addressed at the end of the public comments. I'll make a call for, does anyone wish to keep the record open? And so I'll ask you to bring it up at that point.
Okay, that sounds great. So thank you. So joining us today is the rest of the development team. So I will bring on a few of the consultants that have been involved with this development proposal. But to just kind of give you the overarching theme of the presentation, I want to address some of the questions that were raised about the transportation analysis. Focus our presentation on roadway improvements and also discuss the variance parking issue that has come to light. So joining me today, and I'll turn over the presentation to Kelly Sando with Sando Engineering. She is the licensed professional transportation engineer who reviewed the project and has read the staff report and would like to just respond to a few items that were raised.
Good evening. Can you all see and hear me? Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. As mentioned, I'm Kelly Sando with Sando Engineering. We specialize in traffic and transportation engineering and planning. So we provided a study for this site. Typically, when we look at traffic generation and parking needs for development, we use kind of published codes, the Institute of Transportation Engineering manuals and city codes that provide us how much traffic we're going to be generating and how much parking is going to be needed. Historically, data provided for churches have been based on smaller scale churches in the 5,000 square foot to 20,000 square foot range. And those are usually consisting of a larger gathering space for services and then smaller gathering rooms that are ancillary for Bible study rooms and their smaller gathering places. Provided in the codes for parking and trip generation, there is no data available for these larger churches that are being built that have larger gathering spaces that include things like gyms for gathering of participants for sporting events or just general activities. Also, daycare centers are not provided. Outdoor facilities are not provided. Sometimes there are even schools provided at these larger churches, and just lots of larger gathering spaces. And so trip rates and parking rates haven't been updated to reflect that. And so that is what we did, is we provided that study. We looked at 3 sites that were comparable. The standard methodology in the Institute of Transportation Engineers is that you look at 3 comparable sites to provide data for trip generation and parking. And so that is what we did. And what we looked at is we found 3 sites that were comparable in size and comparable in the type of uses and comparable in having large parking facilities that all of the parking could be handled on site. So facilities where there was no overflow parking into neighborhoods or any ancillary parking with shuttle services. And so we wanted to be very thorough in capturing all of the traffic in our studies. And so we looked at 3 churches that happened to be in the Eugene area because those were the only ones that we could find that were close. The staff provided in their presentation 3 additional within the Albany Corvallis area. While those are the larger churches in the area, they're still less than 40,000 square feet. They range between 18,000 square feet and 40,000 square feet, and they don't contain larger ancillary buildings like gyms, etc. So that's why we still feel comfortable that our numbers that we provided are accurate, because we do have those larger buildings with the larger parking spaces. So our study showed that we have trips, about 147 trips in the peak time for Sunday, which is consistent with what you would expect for 500 people gathering. You have some families of 4 who'd come together, some singles coming together, so that average is about right. And then the parking needed for those 147 cars, which they're providing more than that, 260. So our data provided in the report that was submitted does detail very thoroughly what methodology was used, how the calculations were done, and how we followed the industry standard methodology for computation. And so we ask that that data still be allowed to be used for our studies. And then one thing I would like to bring up is one of the commissioners had a question regarding the daily trips to the site in comparison to the wider area. The site could be developed with 80 to 100 single family homes On average, a single family home generates 9 to 10 trips per day. So this site is, if it was developed as a single family subdivision or multifamily, but it's developed with homes, it could generate between 700 and 1,000 trips per day. This church will generate on a Sunday, we estimate less than 500 trips with anybody, you know, coming in the morning and then leaving afternoon, and then maybe that coming back in the afternoon for another service or another Bible study or another activity on site. On the busiest days, on an average weekday, we estimate less than 300, and that's if they go to full Bible studies in the evening time, and then also daycare facility. So, is there any questions related to the traffic study?
What we'll do is we'll finish the entire applicant study and then we'll go through on each of the commissioners. So is there more?
There is, yes, thank you. Thank you, Kelly. So the next topic I wanted to talk about was road improvements. So the applicant generally accepts approval of phase 1 with the exception of the condition that requires roadway frontage improvements. So essentially how the condition is structured currently is that the burden of road improvements would fall on a phase 1 development. If you recall, is only an approximately just under 18,000 square foot gymnasium that will be used for main services. So as the condition is written, staff is imposing not just frontage improvements, but full corridor improvements from Scenic Drive to Grove Drive along. And we do not feel like the nexus is there, especially when you're putting that burden on just the front of phase 1 development. So reading the Public Works memorandum, the public road improvements are proposed to extend beyond the property of frontage. That is uncommon in the development. Typically, the burden is just to improve along the frontage of the site itself. It appears to address corridor-wide existing conditions. So staff puts a lot of anecdotes within the staff report and the memorandum to talk about conditions of folks using a largely unapproved roadway for walking recreational purposes in instances where there's not shoulderway improvements to do so now. And staff broadens that to say that increasing traffic, primarily just on a Sunday, that the burden of improving that entire corridor would fall to the development proposal instead of falling to the property owners that share that frontage way improvement. Also, there's some uncertainty about what is required exactly. So we're hearing a lot of, I think it may require dedications from other property owners, which the applicant team does not have any control over in their final say, and their willingness to participate in any sort of roadway improvements or dedications thereof. And there's also that questions of nexus and proportionality. The use itself does not generate a tremendous amount of pedestrian activity to the site. It is a rural location. Most of the congregation that will be coming to the site will drive a vehicle, often carpooling and sharing those resources to get to the site, opposed to actually using roadway improvements that are being imposed in this project. And then talking to the nexus and proportionality standard, I do have Andrew Rapé, the civil engineer, that's willing to come up and speak a little bit to say what the cost of what's being posed would fall to this project.
Thank you, Laura. Good evening. My name is Andrew Rapé. I'm a principal engineer at Udell Engineering and Land Surveying in Lebanon. I want to speak briefly on the cost impacts of the conditions of approval as proposed by staff in the Public Works memo. To put it into perspective, the length of powers between Oak Grove and Scenic is about 3,700 square feet. The frontage of the property is about 1,250, which is almost exactly 1/3 of that frontage. Taking similar bid items from recent projects that we've seen, I did some rough calculations of what the construction cost would be of these improvements if we were to do the south side up to a minor collector and then bring the north side up to the current local street standard. So just the construction cost alone comes out to just under $1 million for the full length. If we were to add the design fees, so basically the cost to design that, which my firm would take on, that would put us well over $1 million. And then add to that the permit fees, the inspection fees, all the fees to the county that would take place for reviewing the permit fees themselves, and then all the inspections during construction. That's pushing it up to 1.3, 1.5. Now, what I didn't include, what's not included in that, of course, is the cost of the right-of-way acquisition, which is very hard to put a number to and could vary wildly and may not even be possible at all. Additionally, it does not include wetland mitigation costs. We know there's wetlands on the site already, but what can be a common thing that happens when you have roadside ditches is that those ditches, even though they're man-made, can be jurisdictional wetlands. And so to do an impact to those requires a study with an environmental consultant. It requires permitting through DSL, through federal and state agencies. And that can take 6 to 12 months and thousands of dollars. Also, staff mentioned the possibility of walls due to the large amounts of fill that we'd be dealing with widening the road. Because if there's a steep drop off now, any push out horizontally is going to cause an even bigger drop off. And with limited right of way, there's due to be, to make it work, a large amount of walls. And we don't have the survey data right now to really quantify that. So the numbers I've talked about tonight don't include it. And then lastly, I'm not accounting for stormwater quality improvements, which may or may not be, it's typically not part of a rural street improvement or roadway improvement. But if it were to be required by staff in bringing this up, and it would be another significant cost. So anyway, I know I'm speaking in kind of vague terms and have a solid base amount of around $1 million, but then as we start to add in these things that really we don't have the ability to put numbers to right now until more studies are done, that cost is just going to balloon. So I hope that helps put things into perspective a little bit and provide some context for you. Thank you.
Thank you. And then in addition, staff has applied 2 different pieces of, findings within the staff report that are not adopted codes or policies in the Benton County regulations currently. So staff has proposed a hybrid application of 2 different functional classifications. So if you look at Table 7 and the Benton County Transportation System Plan, they clearly outline the different classifications that can apply to roadways. On this particular, the frontage is a primary local roadway. While it's slightly deficient in some standard in that classification currently, there's an ability that the site could be improved to meet those standards that it's in. The standard is applied to uses that are permitted in that zone. So when we're looking at this particular rural residential district along a roadway of this sort, this is the standard that would apply, which is in coded regulations of the Benton County Development Code. In addition, in the staff's memo, they mention a Benton County Transportation Safety Action Plan that is anticipated to be approved this evening. So again, they're applying a policy of a plan that was not adopted and put in place at the time the application was submitted. And we would counter that those do not apply to this application. And then I appreciate Mr. Commissioner Wilson's mention of RLUIPA. So there is federal legislation. Religious Land and Institution Person Act is what that stands for. And what this state is that regulations that impose a substantial burden on religious exercise must meet a high legal threshold. So the applicant, while we're committed to working with the county to meet the adopted regulations of the code, we do feel that they must be necessary, proportional to the impact of the development code, and grounded in the adopted standards. And then the last item I'd like to touch on is parking. It is quite a large item and topic of conversation, as you have seen through the staff report presentation and comments that have been received. But put simply, we feel that there are two standards that would have the commission a basis for approval of the proposed parking. So in the Benton County Code 91.615, it does clearly allow shared parking between when peak demonstrated parking demand can be represented. So included in the application submittal is a transportation study that does highlight peak demand that's anticipated based on the facility that's proposed. So we feel that why a variance may not even be required because the code does allow shared uses between buildings. So this facility, if you recall, is styled to be a campus. So at full development with phases 1 and 2, the gym building that will be used primarily for the church services primarily will revert back to a recreational facility. It's intended to be used as an accessory. So if families are in service, their children can have an area to play, do Sunday worship themselves. That gym can be used after times as family and congregation folks are utilizing that facility. So there's staggered uses. The development code that Benton County has applies a formula with a maximum intensity. So they take the total square footage of everything that's on that site and they calculate parking based on that. What the code does not account for is all the areas that you're not utilizing in that building. It doesn't count for hallways. It doesn't count for bathroom spaces. It doesn't count for cafe area. It doesn't count for gymnasiums that are not being used during times of worship. There's a lot of square footage for mechanical systems, things of that nature. And all of those are included in this requirement for parking that does not represent actual people in site and cars that are needed for this facility. So when you're applying the variance criteria, I feel that the first and the hardship that's imposed is that the parking formula does not meet the operational characteristics of the proposed development. So when you're looking at phases 1 and 2, it is campus style. As I mentioned, there'll be a lot of overlap. We will not need full parking capacity for all buildings because they're not anticipated to be utilized to their fullest extent that they can. To further document that in the record, there is a management plan that talks about things that can be done operational, such as staggering times of worship so that the building is not being used for just one service on Sunday. That limits the number of people on site at one time. And talks about some of the other operational items that you can do, such as encouraging carpooling, managing traffic, making sure that any sort of large anticipated gatherings such as church seasonal events and activities can be managed just through operations of the site itself. Second, we feel that the hardship is not self-created. The church is an allowed use within the zone. What the code does not anticipate is this campus style layout. So when codes are adopted, they're usually not current as we'd like in current times. So when this one was adopted, we probably didn't have campus style churches that exist today. So churches have become more than just Sunday service. They've been a place for community gatherings, really focusing on family gatherings and activities. And so these are things that the code imposes. It's not necessarily a hardship that's created by the applicant itself. The third is that the strict compliance of this regulation is unnecessary and counterproductive. So I feel that a few commissioners have already pointed this out. Requiring a full 736 parking spaces on this site will result in hundreds of parking spaces not being utilized. And that is a cost. I mean, it's a cost of putting the infrastructure in. It's a cost of the land that could be otherwise used as green space, trees, productive, just in the natural environment. And it does create a development pattern that's less compatible with the surrounding resources. So areas that are now naturally landscaped will then be converted over to paved parking. That is more than double what our peak demand study has represented that's needed for this application. Finally, we feel that the minimum variance is, that what we presented is the minimum necessary for relief. It actually exceeds predicted demand. So if you read the traffic study, it'll say that we need half of what's proposed. The other half is being proposed as overflow parking. So as staff had mentioned, we don't want to just plan to what we think we need. We want a little bit of room in case we do have some spillover that happens. It provides flexibility in site planning, operational planning, and it avoids unnecessary site disturbances. So there is a lot of slope on site. There are wetlands on site. There's large tree groves that are on site, and all of these are being preserved by just providing the number of parking spaces that are needed to support the use. So with that, I will wrap up the presentation. I will turn it over to the commission. I guess before I do that, there's one other thing. We do have Veritone architecture in the room. So if there are architectural questions that the commission has, they are present to respond to those. However, I did not hear any questions come up from the staff report in the commission. So I will defer to you if you'd like to ask any other questions.
Those may come up in our Q&A, and for our Q&A, I'll reverse the order and we'll begin with Commissioner Cash. Do you have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Cash, you're on mute. You may have stepped away. So Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you, Fowler. Actually, I have far fewer questions, but they do relate to, one is, have you investigated and have you assessed what the, when the property is reclassified, what the fiscal impact will be to your project for the farm special assessment access?
We haven't specifically done that. One, that was in the staff report. And so we just got that less than 7 days ago. And so we're reviewing that. Having some farmland on my own property, I don't think it's substantial, but I know that some of those back taxes, EFU land, going back to some other type of tax, things would have to be calculated. And we could bring that once we had that. But I have no direct number for you today.
Okay, and I asked that question earlier, and of course, the planning commission for the development department didn't actually have that number because they hadn't checked with the assessor. But in light of your comments with regards to the cost of some of the the conditions of approval, I'm just wondering if you are going to have to take that into that calculation into consideration.
What I can tell you historically on my land, and I know a lot of farmers in that area, that's not a substantial thing. We just have to look at that and, basically what Benton County would, assess that at.
Sure. It's a little unclear how far back they would be looking.
It was not clear in the report.
Right.
They just said back to, and it didn't really have a date or anything. So we bought the property and about 3 years ago. So I guess they want to go beyond that too, or just to the date of purchase. I do not know. That was not made clear.
All right. And I think Ms. LaRoque, to address your comment about the code, while I'm sure that we, as much as we would like to, and I know that we are, as a body, we are looking at our county code and our community development standards. There is a code that we wish we had versus the code that we do have. And so in light of that, if the commission were to approve either phase one, phase two, or a combination thereof with the existing conditions of approval, and barring any response from the applicant in regards to that potential. And I know that the applicant is considering keeping the record open and hope, I assume, in the interest of being able to respond to some of that in more detail. But given that, if that were the case and those conditions of approval were incorporated into the approval of phase one or phase two or both, do those conditions of approval change does it change your ability to proceed or to move forward with the project?
Are you discussing just the parking condition?
No, well, I think in terms of, there's the roadway improvements, which is one of the conditions of approval. There's the parking. The parking is, I think we're looking at the parking as a separate, that's LU 06.
It's the second application.
It's the second application versus the main application. So.
Yeah, and I clarify that because
Sure.
Parking, clearly it says we have more than enough for phase one, which is the first gym building, which is where we would meet, which we're currently meeting in Oak Grove School gym. So it's very similar. That's how we know where people approach the church and will approach the church, and the parking needed for that and all those things. So it would not affect us moving forward with phase one. And we would work in a collaborative relationship moving forward if that's what the commission decided.
Okay, so,
with the exception of the roadway frontage improvements.
Yeah, and that's just parking, I was saying. The roadway is a definite, and again, as you heard some things, this is something that was brought up that we are open to having further collaborative working with, but there's a lot of numbers and engineering and access to roadways and people's properties that all would have to be worked out. So that's a lot to.
I completely understand.
Yeah.
And I guess what I'm wondering is that at this point, in terms of the conditions of approval, insofar as the parking in phase one, that condition of approval is one that you feel that you can meet within the scope of your project in building the gymnasium. And so it's just that as the scope of the project gets bigger and the volume of traffic increases to the church, that it's the roadway condition of approval that you are contesting. Would that be okay? All right.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I can't remember if you or Ms. LaRocca, if you spoke to the wetland issue, or if you spoke to the wetland issues.
I did.
You spoke to the wetland issues. So I mentioned it to the county staff that, there's a small wetland area. It's not a riparian. It's not a major wetland in the wetlands designation map, but it is still there. And if you were saying that in order to mitigate that wetland, or are you talking about the roadway, the wetland, the man-made wetland that's created by the swale along the roadway? That was the only confusing part.
Yeah, I was speaking about the possibility of wetlands in the roadway. And that's a bit of an unknown right now, but that's something that could come up and could be a factor.
Okay.
The wetland you're specifically
the one
referring
that
to
one feeds into
is
the
come
lake.
off the corner, and it doesn't even touch the corner of the property. And for all of you who are farmers and have fields, it's basically water runoff, but it is classified as a runoff or wetland area, which feeds down to the bottom, which we have a collection pond and all that already. So only mitigation would be that is if we future had to look at other parking needs, we would have to cross over that, we would have to mitigate that area. But that wetland doesn't touch the road.
Right. And I raised it with county staff. I raised it with you because it was indicated in the public comments that was a concern. So
the other water runoff is actually near the house that sits on there, right? Which is really your road runoff, which goes underneath the road and then comes along our property and the neighbor property and runs along the bottom of those Doug fir trees. That is the only water that technically goes down and goes into the lake that has been referenced. So that water is not being touched. That's the continued water runoff from the road as it exists now. And we want to preserve that and kind of make it nicer.
I'll just add sorry, briefly.
That's okay.
Sheet C1.2, there are mapped wetlands that are showed up. They kind of look like little tufts of grass is the symbol that they use. They are in the vicinity of the road. I'm not sure if the roadway itself has been delineated to know, so there might be some further study there to actually confirm whether or not that's a regulated wetland.
And not to step on Chair's question or possible question, but he raised an important issue with the fact that the scope of the entire project will create a large hardscape. And I know that the development code and county development department works with developers in terms of softening that. But, it's difficult without an elevation, and maybe your architect can speak to this, but in terms of elevation of the structures, regardless of how much softening with vegetation or other type of mitigating factors, which would presumably soften or hide some of that hardscape to the neighbors, especially the ones across the roadway. What is the impact of the height of the project, the gymnasium, and then the ultimate sanctuary or the worship space that you're going to build?
I can speak to that. So actually, if you look at that property and the topographical map, it actually drops 50 to 60 feet from the roadway on down. So we intentionally designed it to where that main building eventually, if we build it, would be basically at the level of the road, intentionally hiding it. The gym is a little bit higher because it's a little bit farther up, but still clearly meets the standards. When we build and put more trees and buffering on there, our intent is that you don't even see it, right? And I walk and bike and drive on that road occasionally, and coming from Oak Grove towards Scenic, you don't really even see anywhere that will be impacted. The only open spot is coming from Scenic towards Oak Grove. So intentionally, we built that down into the slope. That's why the slope parking and such. So visually, you're not going to see it because we clearly meet the 40-foot minimum.
Right.
I would just add that Veritone and Exhibit E of the application submittal includes a rendering of the proposed development that does further show some of the. It doesn't show.
You may have it in ones, but that representation looks rather flat than what it is, right? Because again, as you're coming off that road and it steps down, it falls down into the center of the property.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Struthers.
I'm going to pass it this time.
Commissioner Lee.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for all your information. I'd like clarification on a couple of things. And I think you went through traffic impacts and you used a number to indicate that if housing was built, the traffic impact would be greater. Yeah, and so I wish you would help me go through what you suggested in your discussion.
Yeah, that was Kelly with Sandow.
Oh, okay.
Can you repeat the question? I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. Oh, here. Sorry. In your discussion of traffic impacts, you used a number suggesting that if housing were developed in that area, if all the RR2 housing or if all the rural residential housing were developed in that area, there would be a number of increased traffic. Could you go through that again for me, please?
Yeah, the staff had mentioned in their staff report, you could get 80 to 100 units on the site. And in general, you get about 9 to 10 trips per day per unit. So if it was housing, you would get between 700 and 1,000 trips per day. Or if it was built out as housing.
Sorry, that's 19 acres zoned RR2. So there would be no more than 10 new houses there.
I was
Okay.
just going based off of what was in the, sorry, what was in the staff report, so, yeah.
Okay.
So if it's no more than 10 houses, then it would be 100 trips per day, if it's 10 houses, 10 homes.
And you're assuming 9 trips per house per day?
It's 9 to 10, so, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And my next question is a clarification. Ms. LaRoque mentioned Benton County Code 91.615, and I don't have access to that, and I'd really like to read that. She mentioned that it enables shared use between buildings. Is there some way I can see that and read that 91.615? Or how can I go about understanding that a little better?
The code is searchable online.
Can't get online, yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'm on.
I don't have it written verbatim, but it simply says that shared parking is permitted. And this is in a development code, so this would apply universally. Allows shared parking based on demonstrated peak demand.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fulford.
Thanks again for your time today. Have a couple questions, a slightly different line. Currently, how many services do you guys have on Sunday?
We have one service.
Are you planning for more right now?
So right now, our capacity relatively is around 400, give or take. That's why if we had some growth, that's why we estimated to 500. If in the event we ever reached 500 or more, that's why we would probably consider 2 services at that time. But we've rapidly grown in the early years. We don't know if that will continue. We hope and pray it would, but right now it's about 400, and we expect a mild amount of growth in the next few years or something like that. Yeah.
All right, that sounds good. And how many parking spots do you guys have today?
So we don't have any parking spots today. We currently meet at Oak Grove. And so for reference, Oak Grove Elementary School has 98 parkings out there, okay? So on a full Sunday, which I'm sure we'll hear some comments about because I've seen them, is there's overflow, right? Because there's only 98. So we either flow out onto the road, which we don't appreciate. We don't want to do that. We also try to fill in the back. So at the max capacity, we need about 135, 140 to fit our current flow, which fits with all the numbers that we've been talking about, where even if you went to 500, we'd be around 145 to 155, hence double it. And that's where some of that number came around to and is confirmed with the other traffic studies that we did.
So part of the reason why you have one today is just because you're leasing or renting or using a particular thing.
Yes, we rent currently the facility there. We've been allowed to be there, and we use their parking on site. We didn't design it. It's what's available at that time.
Sure. And how many hours is the service? Is a couple hours?
So the service is relatively an hour. Now, of course, there's a little bit of early go in, so I'd say hour and a half-ish, unless our pastor speaks a little long, then it goes a little bit more. Yeah,
that's right. Some donuts afterwards, that kind of thing. So maybe the question now goes back over to the county, if that's okay. So,
well, if it's going to be a county question, we'll wait until we wrap up the questions with the applicant, and then we'll open it to everyone who's testified.
Okay. So maybe back to the applicant then. So if, say, you were to have a 50,000 square foot space, I forgot exactly what the number was. If you had 2 or 3 different services, you could logically break them up. And so my concern is maybe we're applying, and the county can correct me later, is if they're specking out an office space where 700 cars come in, they work all day, and then they leave, versus service comes in, comes out, service comes in, comes out, comes in, where you're dividing it by 2 or 3, then all of a sudden the parking requirements drop considerably. And if you own the space versus having one little slot, maybe the demand on parking is less.
Which is exactly in our application, right? Which we do not foresee ever having use of all those facilities. If you've ever been in a church, your main adults are in the main sanctuary, kids are in the children's church and such. And so there's a lot of space besides entering and leaving that's unutilized, right? And if you reach the maximum of the sanctuary itself, which is really where the seating requirements come from, you can't fill that anymore because there's no more space. So therefore you move to one or two services.
Right. And if you own it, it's, you know,
Yeah.
it's easy, right?
It's easier versus if we're renting, we are restricted about how much or how little to use that space versus us, we could adjust those times.
Yeah, and push the numbers down.
And I would just point out, in the application submittal, Exhibit F does include floor plans of both the gym and the main sanctuary. And if you took a look at those floor plans, it breaks it out by floor. And the main sanctuary is just a small portion of that building. The rest consists of cafes, large portions of offices, and then children care facilities, flex space, room to grow, and commercial kitchen area. So,
and most of that is on the lower floor, right? That's your kitchen, open space for whatever. Most of that's not using. It also increases the overall footprint of that building, right? So instead of a 50,000 square foot building, it's a 25,000 square foot building.
Well, the questions, daycare, you said maybe, and in the thing, I thought it was pretty much a go-to. What's the thinking on the daycare? Is it going to happen or?
So we would love it to happen, but there's a lot of things, as you've heard, you have to get state approval and get a director and get all these things and things. We would love it because there's many people in our church that have young kids who have to work, have no place to put their kids. It's hard to get daycare. So that's been on our heart to provide that. That is probably something that would be developed over time. It's not an immediate thing. It's just kind of a hope and wish that we would love to serve the community and everybody nearby who could drop their kids off in that area. So that's where that came about.
You said 15% was building consumed property.
Yeah.
Are you thinking like 15% of the pickleball amphitheater, another 15% parking? So that's like maybe 50% that's going to be used?
Yeah, so when you look at that overall, sorry to cut you off, I apologize. I was going to say, so the building square footage is what I was referring to, 15, maybe a little bit more. Parking takes up that. So I think that's about 35% or so, depending on the buffer. So basically, the current plan occupies about half or less of that overall property.
And so with the other half, what are you thinking is going to be more community, picnic, sports? Obviously, I think not paving paradise to put up a parking lot, it should be our theme, but what are your thoughts about the other 50% usage?
I think a lot of it, sorry, I didn't mean to jump in here, but a lot of it is, we don't know, right? We thought, like, as you go in front of a commission, you want to go with, this could be all of it, right? Because it's always hard to come and say, hey, we really like to add this. So that's where with the pickleball courts and community playground and all these things, again, trying to serve the community. If people are against pickleball courts, don't need them. We weren't necessarily big pickleballers, you know. We were just trying to think about what would help the community and serve that area. But we have no problem leaving that more as open space and outdoor settings.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Cash, do you have any questions?
I don't at this time. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hayman.
Thank you. An observation, I don't know if it's a question. I was trying to understand why we were going over the expense associated with the road construction, road improvements, and I'm assuming you were trying to suggest that it was an undue burden associated with the project. And you said it $1 million or something like that. So I recently oversaw the construction of a 43,000 square foot building, and I think we've spent about $18 million doing it. So if this is a $20 million building, a $1 million improvement to the road doesn't sound undue. So I'm trying to get a scale of that. Those are just numbers at the moment, but it didn't come across to me as, oh, this is an undue burden because a 57, almost 58,000 square foot building is going to be really, really expensive.
Yeah, and I don't think we're making a one-for-one comparison with the cost of developing the site with the cost of the improvement. I think the real point or item I wanted to communicate with the commission is that this is a condition that is imposed on phase one. And if you recall, phase one is less than 1,800 square foot building. It's only supposed to serve up to 500 people in there. And only just 261 parking spaces. So the burden of a full corridor improvement, because it's not just the frontage of the site on that portion of the phase development. I just don't see the nexus between the trips, the people, the size of the building, and the vehicle generation trips to come to improving an entire corridor of the street.
So your real concern is that level of improvement for the road seems out of scale for that first phase, which is 18,000 square feet.
Yeah, that would be the main point. And then the secondary points to that is that staff is describing this as imposing a condition to correct existing conditions. So they're saying that they observe personally that there's people that are walking on this site. They're not saying that the development itself is going to be a high generation of pedestrian traffic to the site. It's not a school. We're not having school children walk there on a daily basis and things like that. So I just don't see the nexus on that as well.
So your representation is that the construction, the project would exacerbate already existing challenges.
Just trying to make the connection between opposing a condition on phase one for a limited impact, and that the justification in the staff report at least is describing what's occurring out there already on a substandard roadway surface. And then building on that, they're saying, because the development and these people are coming from these different areas and utilizing the street, the whole corridor needs to be improved. That sounds like a street improvement project that would be above and beyond this project.
I would like to add that kind of the working assumption that we all seem to have tonight is that added traffic is going to increase the danger to pedestrians. But we've all been to events before in parking lots where, and I have young children, and this is anecdotal, but where a full parking lot of people trying to get out of an event tends to be a different scenario than an open space where cars can gain speed. And so I don't want us to, I think that the traffic engineer and the team can come up with language that we can submit if we're able to keep this open. But I would just like to challenge that assumption that added traffic on Sundays with more cars is necessarily going to increase the danger. Whereas it was mentioned earlier by staff, or it was brought up earlier that that sometimes when pavement is widened on a roadway, it can increase the speeds and increase the danger. And so I just want to challenge that assumption, and we can go into more detail and more technical terms, as we're allowed to. So
I would like to just make one comment, and I just sense a perception that this traffic is coming from somewhere besides right where our church is. Most of our community, our congregation lives right around Oak Grove and Powers. So it's a very minimal driving. We live there, we work there, we have our homes there. So it's not like this huge generation of traffic that doesn't already exist in this area. So I respectfully just point that out. The second thing, as I alluded to, is currently most people come off of Scenic to Oak Grove School, and Scenic is scenic. And that's most likely the vast majority of way people are going to approach this building. We're not coming off of Oak Grove unless you live on Oak Grove or off on those side streets, right? I drove Oak Grove. It's worse than Powers in many different spots. So, the road is going to be mainly approached to scenic. And I think with further studies, we can show that and show traffic counts, and maybe that helps clarify some of those points that we're trying to make that way.
Round robin questions. Commissioner Lee.
Thank you. So I have one little detailed question that I forgot to ask before. And I think I'm getting a sense that you have this 19 acres and you're thinking about uses. So my question that I developed while writing the staff report was, how do you envision that amphitheater being used, how, when, that kind of thing?
So the amphitheater really is on the basement or second floor of the main building in the future. And so basically you'd open up the back doors and look out towards the back end of our property. That is what we're terming the amphitheater.
This is not an independent structure.
No, it's just for sitting outside, maybe on the grass there, like you see at other local churches. That again is a thought, not a definitive plan at this time.
So I heard you use the phrase potential phase 2 a couple of times. Do you want to speak to that? Is phase 2 a plan? Is it on a schedule, or is it a potential?
So it's a potential, right? So that depends on a lot of things. It depends on finances, right? Because we have to fund this. It depends on if our church grows and needed services or whatever goes on. It's a potential. We don't know how to put a timeline on that, right? Just a construction of a 18,000 square foot building and the parking structure and maybe other conditional things that we have to do takes time, money, and all those. And we may just go, we're happy right now, let's pause. And then again, it's a future plan. And that's the only reason why we present it now, instead of coming back in a period of time and doing this all over again.
Yeah, and I think the intent is to master plan. So you want to make sure that you're setting up your site so that if there is growth or items that come up in the future, that you have placed structures in the right spot, that you can accommodate parking, all the systems that are required to support those. So the idea is to present a complete proposal, present what the wish list is essentially for the church, the direction they'd like to go. And the approval would put a duration on that. So what is presented would have to be constructed largely to what's proposed. And it would have an expiration date. 10 years is included in the application for that to come to fruition. And if it wouldn't, it would come back as a new development proposal or an extension.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And so, that brings up our we have to make decisions about the application in front of us, and the capacity of the gym and the sanctuaries is what we're dealing with in terms of the code right now. So you said a couple of things. You said phase 1 would serve, the gymnasium would serve 500 people. And because of that, it's not as much traffic as phase 2. I mean, you sort of hinted at that, I think. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that if you build phase 2, it's not additive. It doesn't add capacity, it just changes the location of the sanctuary from the gymnasium to a separate building. So essentially the road issues have to be dealt with for a maximum capacity. And this is where I raised the number of 650, because that seems like the limiting number. The absolute max of this plan is 650, because that's all was accepted and supported. So we're trying to figure out the capacity of the buildings versus the number of people being supported at any one time to come up with the parking impact and the road impacts. And that's where it's kind of tough in the way I'm thinking about it. So it's clear then that phase one builds a capacity for about 500 people. But phase two does not add necessarily to that capacity. It just replaces the location. And that's why you said that, that's why the shared parking comes into play, because the parking for the 1,900 square foot building would not be any greater for the 5,700 square foot. That's right. Am I getting that right?
Relatively correct. In other words, the service and the sanctuary is kind of the main number that we're looking at. So yes, if that is not going to be in our gymnasium because we developed the second phase building, that attendance moves over there and there would be no one in the gym at that time.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's why when we put it in our application, we felt that the parking that we showed would meet both building 1 and or 2 because services would move over to the other one at that time. So hence we asked for that variance.
And the traffic, but the traffic impact would be
Similar.
it would start in phase one. So I think I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, and Commissioner Wilson, you're up, but I want to remind all of us that beware of the hour and we still have public testimony.
I understand. So I guess to follow on Commissioner Lee, churches are an integral part of community. Churches are always finding ways of integrating with the community, reaching out to the community. And so one of the questions I had, and I'm kind of recrafting this question, but you asked for the variance on the parking based on your assumptions about the level of programming that you are either currently or would offer at the time that you finish phase one, wherein you move your worship service, singular, I assume, to the gymnasium facility for you to do so. But as you grow and if you move into phase two and you have that larger facility and the larger sanctuary, you now have the sanctuary which can serve your constituent community, but you also now have an additional facility, the gymnasium, which, if in a church community, that's a resource. And so I'm wondering if you can address, if you were allowed that variance on the parking, would you see that limitation as, or at that number, the low level of parking availability and to keep the traffic, the traffic flow down, would you see that as a limiting factor to the services or programs that you would want to offer, like the daycare or any other services to the community, as a limiting factor behind your ministry and whatever you might want to do?
I think from a technical standpoint, the traffic and the parking was calculated based on peak demand. So we anticipate what's going to be the highest generation for requiring of parking spaces. And then essentially that number was doubled so that there was some area for overflow to support some of these other accessory uses that would occur.
I think one of the things that we intentionally tried to design was to ensure that we don't ever need roadside parking, right? So if there are other numbers than we've come up with, we would work with trying to meet that situation. We are not trying to do that. That's why we staggered the services or different buildings kind of thing.
And that's a good point. There is a parking management plan that talks about strategies that would be utilized on how you manage and operate your facility.
At the very, very end. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
We'll now move into public testimony. And there is a dais that has been set up for your use. Statute requires that we have public testimony in favor of the application first, then public testimony in opposition to the application second. Sadly, the sign-up sheet doesn't tell me which is which. So I will call your name, and if you're in favor or speaking in support of the application, come now. If not, we'll hold you in abeyance until the speaker's in opposition. Ms. Walters, Ms. Erica Walters.
I'm in support, no opposition, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Leffler, Charles Leffler.
Present.
Are you in favor or in opposition?
Oh, no, I'm not for it.
Okay, opposition. Mr. Patrick Gorman.
Opposition.
Mr. Andrew Bennett.
He's on.
Oh, he's on.
Opposition.
Thank you. Mr. Matt Kimmel.
For.
Please come up and again, if you can restrict your comments to no more than 3 minutes, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I appreciate the time and consideration given to the matter. I come today as part of the church, but also as a resident of North Albany. My family is in this community, and we ride our bikes and walk all around the area, enjoy the scenery and just the feel of North Albany, and we're very grateful to be part of it. I'd like to just begin speaking just on the sense of who we are as a church, since I'm for the church being put there and the role we've sought to play in this community. Our mission has consistently been centered on serving others, particularly families. And over the years, we have provided resources and worked to foster a sense of belonging for people of all ages. We've helped clean up schools. We've participated in downtown events. We've gathered donations for nonprofits and law enforcement. And especially during COVID, that commitment was seen and supported a lot of people that were really struggling, and found ourselves in a place where we could actually provide something that was really missing. And we are continuing to be in uncertain times. And so this commitment to the well-being of the community continues to guide us. And I want to address some of the concerns and the characterizations that have been expressed. Just monitoring what's been kind of said in the community, online and different things like that. There's been assumptions made about our intentions that haven't really been fair. People haven't really asked us what the motivation is. I've been in some of the meetings where we're just genuinely asking the question, okay, we're thinking about North Albany. What is it that would really be something that would be helpful, would be useful? I've been in some of the meetings where we ask the question of, okay, whatever we build, can we make sure that it has multi-purpose use to benefit the community around us? And the characterizations that this is just a fancy country club for Christians and things like that have been pretty hurtful and pretty sad. And so I want to say that that does not reflect who we are. We understand that any new development raises questions and concerns, and we respect the role of the process in carefully evaluating those. But at the same time, we hope to be considered based on our demonstrated track record of how we've helped the community, how we've been a place of hope, and especially during really difficult times over the last few years. Our stated intentions, we hope that people will be willing to give us an opportunity to share those rather than just making assumptions. And that we want to engage constructively with our neighbors. Ultimately, our goal is not simply to build a structure, but to continue to help build the community. One that contributes positively, supports families, and remains open and accessible to those around us. We want to be a place that adds value and not division. And we really thank you for the time and consideration.
Mr. Joshua Rowland or Rowland? In favor? In favor, yes. Thank you.
Not as eloquent as the prior speaker, so bear with me just a little bit. I've come to you all before, first of all, to say thank you, but also just as a resident of North Albany, not as a representative of the church, just as somebody who lives in the area, is impacted both by this current project and the church's current facilities. I'm a homeowner in North Albany, lived and grown up in the area my entire life. I've been attending Northside now for just a little over a year. But for the 7-year period prior to that, I had actually attended a church on the other side of Corvallis. Today's talks and the public comments that I've heard recently have a lot been in part due to the traffic impacts and roadway concerns, increased population in rural areas. Every Sunday morning, seeing Oak Grove Church on my way to church, or Northside Church at Oak Grove on my way to church, I thought I should stop in one day. In my many Sunday morning travelings at the same time as service, either coming home or on my way to service, I've never once been held up or impacted by the service at Oak Grove on Northside. As a matter of fact, having 3 young sons, I typically find myself at the last minute and regularly in a hurry trying to get a far distance in a short time. When looking at that analysis, I'm regularly trying to plan ahead and think of where congestion and my travels are going to be most impacted. It's never been a concern in that area, even prior to attending this wonderful church. Furthermore, I'm a prime example of a commuter who might utilize proposed road infrastructure improvements. Living in North Albany and having 3 young sons, I'm an avid runner. I would be your typical person who would be taking opportunity to ride a bike, to run, or stroller my 3 young children. As much as I would love to, and I currently do, every sunny Sunday opportunity, we travel down our little road that takes us perfectly up to Oak Grove. Unfortunately, Scenic doesn't offer the same beautiful pathway as currently on Oak Grove Elementary does. There's hurdles such as incredible elevation gains and drops, as well as increased traffic speeds, narrowed road shoulders. And I'm not talking about Powers, I'm talking about in an attempt to get to Powers. So before we even get to people outside of the structure of Powers trying to utilize proposed improvements, there are tremendous hurdles for me and my family. Having attended community events prior to attending Northside, I can personally attest to the value and quality that this church brings both to the neighboring community, their participants of the church themselves, but also just the local population, homes nearby. One of them that stands out is the Halloween trunk or treat, which is truly what actually brought me to attending my first service. And these events that spurred me to attend one Sunday service. Furthermore, as a single parent, I can speak of nothing other than good things this church has brought to me personally in my life and supporting me. Generosity and support received from this church and shown to the community are overwhelming. I'm filled with excitement and joy thinking of what Northside will be able to accomplish with this new facility and what they can bring to the neighboring community. Thank you all.
Thank you. Ms. Michelle Thief, and I'm going to apologize for butchering everyone's name, but Ms. Michelle Thief.
You did fine. I'm for it, but I think everything that I wanted to say has been covered. So I'm
Thank you. Ms. Angela Hendrickson.
Opposition.
Ms. Karen Smith.
Opposed.
Ms. Provence. Yes.
I come to you tonight as a member of Northside Community Church, but also primarily as a resident of 7 years plus in the North Albany area. I also was born and raised in the Benton County area, and I want to speak to what was discussed earlier tonight. Specifically, Powers is my primary source of travel, or one of which. And it sounds that roadway is severely dysfunctional, whether the church is built or not. And so I would love your consideration to take this opportunity to consider how this would benefit the community. Just on that alone. Some other facts that I wanted to include tonight is in regards to I am a daily walker with my dogs and my daughter, who occasionally accompanies me on the on the Road of Powers specifically is a sore subject for us, and I would love to see that improved. I know that we've talked about the local area being low density, but I want to speak to, I am one of 35 homes on a lot size of half an acre, so not all of us are 2 acres. Having a young family myself, a single parent, I really want to speak on the fact that I am hopeful that the child care program comes to tuition. As I can speak, many of my neighbors and I have discussed the shortage of child care in our community. It is a big deficit, and I really truly appreciate the Northside staff looking to serve us in that area, along many others, Easter service, the trunk or treat, many other beautiful experiences that I hope that our neighbors would truly come to enjoy. Also considering the community spaces that they would potentially offer, I would love for not only myself, but for my child's friends to join us and experience those. So overall, I welcome the Northside Church and the improvements that can be made for our community, my neighbors, my family, and the youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Andrew Rapp?
Yeah, I'm part of the development team, so I don't need to speak.
Thank you. Mr. Rick Dowdert? Opposed. Mr. Quentin Hamill?
Or I'll be brief. I'm the newest member, I think, of Powers Avenue we just built. And one of the reasons why I was born in Albany and raised in North Albany, been there about almost 60 years, I guess. And we actually moved onto Powers to be close to the church. We've attended Northside for about 4 years now and have really appreciated their community. One of the things, their core values is community and trying to reach that. So I appreciate what they've done. They know there's going to be some kind of impact, but they're trying to minimize that as much as they can. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you. Mr. Jared Rumsey? Opposed. Ms. Charlotte Campbell? Carrie Hoffen?
It's over. Come on.
Oh. Ms. Karen Healy? Mr. Nick Corison? Mr. Joshua Rowland?
Already spoke.
Oh, spoke. We got you on here twice. Mr. Stephen Johnson? Online, maybe? Okay. Ms. Ann Johnson? Michelle Fife, we've had before on twice. Mr. Rapp, we've had on the list twice. And Mr. Scott Alexander. Opposed. Okay. Anyone that I missed that had intentions of speaking in favor of the application? So I will then move to those speaking in opposition to the application, back to the top of the list. Ms. Erica Walters.
Hello, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to address this proposal. To the people, I want to say first off, to the people who are in support of this plan and they felt that somehow they're being somewhat vilified because it's a church, I want to say that I don't hold those feelings. I know there's wonderful community that comes from that, and my comments have more to do with the structure and the development. So one of the things though that's been mentioned is the issue over wetlands and wildlife. That's come up several times. And to the staff report that basically said it's not within a protected big game area, that does not mean that wildlife does not exist and that it is not a migration corridor. We actually have a significant amount of wildlife in the area, and I feel like that has not been sufficiently addressed. It's part of the reason why that adds to the rural nature of the area as well. Okay, everyone has spoke a lot about traffic tonight, so I don't think I'll talk about it too much, but I do want to mention that there is a bit of a disconnect because when we talk about Sunday traffic, that's also the time when most people are out recreating. Those are the times people are using those roads. So there is going to be an issue of increased traffic on the roads on Sundays that is going up against people who are also recreating on that space. My husband and I are both runners and walkers. We use that. It's the weekends that we have most of that time. So there will be increased times of conflict. If there's multiple times in which services are offered, that's going to also create ongoing traffic, in particular, if it's just even Sunday. So I do think that that's something that has to be rectified. I do recognize Powers is already woefully sort of underdeveloped in terms of what it needs, but adding to that, I don't think we can make a justification like, let's just add more and that's fine. I think that there's a reason why we need to have some degree of some codes and some things that we're following here. And then my final comment really had to do with thinking about this rural character. And when we were talking about the extent of this and the mention that this would be a campus, that's a rather large and expanse idea. And what was mentioned was a lot of hardscapes. And I think that that really does take away from the rural character and the things that we like there, because we do want more green space, more open space. That is the reason why many of us went there. And in fact, one of the arguments for the exception is that the applicant said that eroding the rural, that if they had to put in the parking spaces that are required, it would erode the rural residential character envisioned for the RR2 zone. So they're basically saying to the same effect, like this will change the rural character by having to have these parking structures and have this amount of space. So the last comment I'll make, because I know a lot of people want to talk, is we haven't even addressed how much construction vehicles and how many things are going to have to use these roadways over the course of multiple, whether it's it's just the initial plan or whether or not it goes to phase 2. That is a lot of heavy equipment on those roads, on very narrow roads. That's going to make things a lot more complicated over the expanse of several years. Thank you.
Mr. Charles Leffler.
Ladies and gentlemen, lend your ears. Good evening. I live at 3901 Northwest Scenic Drive, right across from Powers. I am the gatekeeper of Scenic to Powers Avenue. I bought my parents' house back in 2014. I have known that house since I was 4 months old, since 1977. You do the math, almost 49. Every bit of that property, that road, I know. I know that hill. I learned to drive stick on that hill. I know that grassy field because I ended up in that particular grassy hill, trying to learn to go up that hill. That barn, it sits out in the middle of it. I'm gonna confess to a crime. We lived across the way. The Fry's up on the side of the hill there, and the Salstroms lived across the way. The stream that runs through there, we would go creek running through there underneath the tunnel, underneath their road. And we'd end up in the field with our BB guns, shooting up the back of that barn. They probably wondered why there was ropes hanging from places, because we thought we were Tarzan when we were 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. I could look out my front door, and you know what I see? I see black. Darkness. Beautiful. That's half the reason I bought my parents' house out there. It is so quiet. It is so deathly hollowed. It's beautiful, guys. I think most of the people that live out there believe in the same thing. And maybe it's because I live out there. Maybe it's because I fucking care. But I also have dreams. And I understand this is church. And you guys have a dream too, and I respect that.
Mr.
But I am
Leclerc, if you could
indifferent.
address the planning
Sorry,
commission, please.
sorry, just a lot of people. I'm indifferent to the site. I am not against religion. What I'm against is the site. And that is a subject here. Scenic, that hill, everyone that drives it during the summer, during the nights, it's great. When it gets freezing cold and that shady area just past the vineyard becomes the son of a gun. We all know it. Powers, I like to call it the purposeful pinch point. It is 3/4 of a mile, not even that, it's like 0.7 from Scenic to Oak Grove Drive. It is a purposeful pinch point. It slows people down. I'm not that guy driving this crew cab marine truck that has his hand out the window when I slow down and I get in the middle of the road, because everybody sees it. You see deer, you see dogs, you see children, you see hikers all day long. Doesn't matter if it's Sunday, doesn't matter if it's Saturday. Heck, some of the busiest time, or there are families out there that get off work and they walk. And I love it. And so do my dogs. I got 2 Great Danes and they make friends with every freaking person that goes by there. The other problem I have though is we talked about traffic. I think at least 3 times in my lifetime, I've seen cars miss that Powers turn and forget there's a stop there. Twice, they ended up in, when my parents were alive, when my mom was alive, or my dad was alive, and my mom was still there, they ran into our garage. I don't know how many times I've been out mowing my front yard and people forget to turn on the Powers and they back into my driveway. And do you think they're nice about pulling out into the road? No, I've been sprayed with gravel a couple times, and they're not in exactly the best patient mood when they miss their intersection. I'm just saying that I love your idea. I think your project, I would consider a shooting star project. I think it is a build out that you're looking down the future. You're not looking 10, 20, you're looking like a half a century. And I love that about this church project. I just don't think this is the place for it.
Thank you. Mr. Patrick Gorman.
So I live on Knollwood Road Drive, and my wife and I, we own the properties that are to the west of the applicant's properties, from Powers all the way down to the south end of their property line. So we're completely bordered against them 25% of the way. We moved there about 2.5 years ago from Corvallis, where we lived for 18 years near campus. And what drove us out there was the rural setting. It's quiet. We love the garden. We love to sit on our patio in the mornings, have our coffee, listen to the cacophony of roosters trying to outcompete themselves. They're all throughout the little valley there. And, an installation of this size will ruin the character of that neighborhood. You talked about traffic, right? But one thing people haven't talked about is the noise from that traffic. And that's a valley, right? And so anything down in that valley will be amplified as it comes on up. You've been in a little canyon, you talk, you can hear yourself back and forth. So you can try to mitigate that noise, but it'll then be amplified instead. I mean, that's why we have amphitheaters, right? They don't have to have as much sound equipment. It naturally amplifies. So what's going to happen? We got cars coming in out of there, Sunday service. You got cars going in and out for daycare. You got evening programs. They're going to be making noise. You got construction noise. That's going to dissipate over a number of years. But you got that constant drone of noise. What happens when church gets out? You're going to have 150 to 250 cars sitting in that parking lot idling to leave the parking lot. And what are they going to do? They're going to make noise. It's going to come on up. You're going to hear that. You're going to get the pollution from those 250 cars. It's It's going to decrease our air quality. How does that help in, the neighborhood? It doesn't. It's not compatible with that. We have light pollution. You got a large expanse of parking lots, right? Buildings, they're gonna have security lights on them. You can have as many downward facing lights as you want. There's gonna be light pollution. The dark skies we have out there, not gonna be there anymore. We're talking about the amount of hardscape in buildings out there. I did a rough back to hand calculation, and that comes out to about 240,000 square feet or 5.7 acres of building and paved area out there. We get a rain, right? So 1 inch of rain out there, which we easily had over 24 hours a period, is just shy of an acre foot of water, about 155,000 gallons, right? What sort of bioswell or swell is going to contain potentially that and drain it? Because that soil out there doesn't drain. It runs on down. What happens when we get 2-3 inches of rain? All that is going to go down to the wetlands, down to Fraser, down to those ponds there in those neighboring areas. We have part of my property up close to Powers has, the drainage that comes along the south side of Powers and goes through, then comes across that seasonal drain that goes right across that big hill with the forested area there. I can tell you that stays wet for about 10 months of the year. And the reason it's grass down there is because you can't really get in there and mow it with the tractor because you'll sink in it. And so it's almost somewhat of a perpetual wetland. So I have to say I'm opposed to this on so many fronts: the noise, the light pollution, the changing character of the neighborhood. I really request that you guys deny this special use permit. Thank you.
Mr. Andrew Bennett.
Yeah, I wanted to thank everybody for the meeting tonight, and the oppose and for. I'm opposing this, and I've lived up on Scenic Drive now for 37 years, right up from Powers, and what I see happening is a lot of accidents at the corner of Powers and Scenic, and also at Powers and Oak Grove. I've been to quite a few of the county commissioner's offices meetings trying to get the speed limit lowered out here on Scenic Drive, got it down to 45, needs to be 35. Powers should be at 25. That would really, it might sound like I'm in favor of this, but I'm not. I'm in favor of having people who walk with their kids, ride their bikes, pedestrians. I don't know how Powers got up to 45. It used to be quite a bit lower, and I would like to see the historical upping of that speed limit as part of this. And if we could have Scenic at 35, which it should be, there'd be all the people from the new neighborhoods down across from the big grass seed fields would use this area so much more. And putting a church there or any building there is so off of what the zoning is right now. Changing it with the variance is just going to open the door for what else is going to come out here, and then use our county staff to help them get it figured out. That's wrong, and I don't appreciate my tax money being spent on that. And then the environmental impact of the water flowing down to the Lakeview Lake down there. You have to live here to know the water comes up. We're up on Spring Hill. It just doesn't show up when you're doing your test. So this is going to turn into a nightmare for the septic and everything with that being so wet down there. And I think that's about it. I hope the commission, I hope you guys do not pass this. And thank you for hearing all of us.
Thank you. Ms. Angela Hendrickson.
I live on Dunbeck Avenue, so I live within the 100 or the 1,000 foot radius of this property. And I believe that paving a large portion of a 20-acre lot to build a nearly 75,000 square foot church campus that will also potentially conduct daily commercial business would change the character of the surrounding area. I know that one of you at least mentioned that you had been out in that area or talked as if you've seen this area, but I'm curious. I can't ask you questions, but I'm very curious how many of you have seen this property. To put it in perspective, the scale of this project, Coastal Farm here in Corvallis is 50,000 square feet. So this church would be 30% larger than that building. It's enormous. It would be smack dab in the middle of a forested rural residential area. And one of the commissioners brought up that the comparison of churches, there was only one other church in that list that was in a rural residential area. That church is less than 4,000 square feet of comparison. So it's not a very apples to apples comparison. I do think it's strange that this is a debate, because I would think that most people would concede that this project would change the character of the area. Substantially increasing traffic on a rural local access road will change the character of the area. Constructing one of the largest churches to exist in the Albany-Corvallis region will change the character of the area. Establishing a non-residential organization on a campus that conducts daily commercial activities in a supermarket-sized building will change the character of the area. I know there was some comments about math, so I have some math. There was talk about the septic serving 650 people. I assume that's per day. I don't know how septics work, but that's my assumption on the calculation. On the Northside website, they indicate that they've had at least one service in the past that had over 700 attendees. So I'm interested how that math works. Also, as far as the traffic increase, their traffic analyst tonight in her math estimated that this would increase traffic by about 2,000 trips a week. And the analysis in the staff report estimated from 2019, estimated about 4,700 existing trips a week. So this would raise traffic by about 50% by their own estimates. And then I guess just lastly, I want to appeal to the leadership of the Northside Church. We have several close friends that attend your church. Some of them are actually opposed to this project, but I know that your members value community and being good neighbors, and I hope that you'll listen to your neighbors tonight. We're all saying that the building will negatively impact the character of our neighborhood, our safety, access to our homes, noise levels, wildlife, wetlands, property values, and more. You've heard or read testimony from a large percentage of homeowners opposed to this plan and very few in favor, especially who live in the area and are not members of the church. So please reconsider your plans to build a church on this property.
Thank you. Ms. Karen Smith.
Residents, I live only like a half a mile, just around the corner from the proposed building site. And just some of the other notes I took during the meetings here and from the county and from the applicant, they're saying that this is going to be intermittent use. It's a church and it's going to have like a church service and that's it. It's going to be locked up and then not until the next Sunday. But, and plus they're meeting now in a school setting, so they don't have access to do other opportunities. Once they build this church, they will have other opportunities. I have seen no other church that, they will have evening choir practices, board meetings, Bible study groups, children's group, confirmation classes, musical groups, and then some other churches do sponsor like Girl Scout meetings and Boy Scout meetings. Those are usually in the evenings. So this church is not going to be, and they're wanting to make it a community church. So a lot of unseen things could be happening in the future, because they're meeting in a school now that, they want this to be the community. So there's going to be a lot of community activities. And plus with the daycare Monday through Friday, this is just not going to be a one-day use thing. It sounds like every day, it could be every day and evening that there is going to be some sort of activity at this church. And also too, kind of like with the specialty things, and somebody else brought up that they do like a Halloween trunk or treat, and with a community event, more traffic coming in from just the community, not just the local church things. Easter's coming up, churches do Easter egg hunts. There is a church in North Albany that is known for having a Christmas bazaar, and it's been a tradition, but they've run out of their space at their church for people to attend that, and they have to park out in the field. So that's why I'm thinking, they need all this parking space for all this potential things, and then building this 18,000 square foot gymnasium. Once the other thing is, I think it said size would be maybe fit 500 people in there. Let's say they can, have people from musical groups come in, people do plays, they can have special things going on there, which means more traffic into the area, which would mean that they need to support the extra parking spaces for all this potential things coming in. Sports activities, maybe they're going to put basketball hoops in that gymnasium. Are they going to have sporting events there, different competitions and that? So just a lot more people coming in. And then too, off of the feeder roads of, once they do the improvements on Powers, there's going to be all this traffic, all the equipment to come in and do all the improvements. The only other way for maybe people that live on Terrace, Sox Lane, and Southfield Drive, maybe if they don't want to deal with trying to go out onto Powers while they're doing the improvements, is going on Dumbeck Avenue. And all those streets I named are private roads. Benton County does not do any road improvements for those roads. It's up to the individual people that live on those roads. And Dumbeck Avenue would be maybe a source for people to exit off of that to go onto Oak Grove to get into town once they're doing the improvements. And right now it's a gravel road, it's full of potholes, and it's up to us residents to fill up those potholes. So I don't know, that is another detriment to my area and my living space, is that more people are going to be using the road that I live on to get out of there, so they don't have to put up with all the road congestions. And that's just going to be putting more, onto my local road and the traffic. And I don't think the county, since it's not county maintained, it's, unless they are going to make that county road, and they can come in and do that. So I just kind of want to, and I guess, again, with the applicant, and I don't know if they use the same word, calling this like a church campus. It's not just going to be a church. It sounds like they're saying a campus, and it's going to include this gymnasium, outdoor activities, and that, not really what this rural residential area is.
Thank you. Mr. Rick Dowdert.
Thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate you guys having the review. I'm opposed to the project, and I kind of wanted to run through some of the items that came up in the report. You guys did a great job on the report in certain areas. In certain areas, I feel like I don't know if I missed the mark. But chapter 63, when I read chapter 63 and chapter 53, when you read through those items, you see that there is a conjunction in the statement of a list of 10 items. You can have a cell tower, you can have a tower, a radio tower, or everything is ored in that statement line. This is why I'm against this project, is because it's a campus. It is not just oars. It is inclusion of a gymnasium. When the gymnasium's done, it's going to be a unit. It's going to be the sanctuary part. There's going to be pickleball. There's going to be all these different things that are going to be there. That or is, in my opinion, is paramount to the decision process if you look through your regs. Then I go through a bunch of other items here. I have lighting concerns, the neighboring properties with the lights, the security that you're going to have. You're going to have security there, and you're going to have, in order to do that, nighttime comes up. You go to the other church websites and you look at what they do. They have items sometimes for Bible study at 12 o'clock, 7 o'clock. What happens in the wintertime? The lights are going to be on. Some people work during the day and sleep at night. I don't know those things, but it's going to impact the character of the area. I also have items about views and setbacks. I do appreciate how they took care of explaining the lower portions of the site. However, there are still, when you're driving down the road, there's no way to get around the few of those views. That parking area is going to substantially change the character. Parking, as we go through this process, right now, I just drove through on Sunday by the church, counted 170 cars. So that's not what it fits their proposal, but expansion of the church events, Christmas, Easter, I hate to say it, I'm a Christer, so that's when I go to church, but I do not go to church regularly. But those are the times where there's a lot of individuals that are at the church. And that overflow, if it can't go to the road, it just absolutely can't in that general area. There's no way around it. It is incredibly narrow. And there are people on there, and I do appreciate everybody that runs and everybody that bikes around here. I love that aspect of living here. Water quality, I'm an environmentalist. The water quality is a huge concern. We had great calculations, and thanks for going through those calculations as well about how much, that's an acre foot of water hitting that. I live in Lakeview. This year, we had some of the rains. I think we had 4 inches in like a 24-hour, 48-hour period. It's a managed retention pond. So it has an overflow, but it also has a piping system that works on that. Anything that goes down that way is going to impact that managed system. And we actually had erosion on the overflow this year because of the water flows. So impacts from them going down, it has to stay on that property. And if they say they're going to manage flows, trust me, water does what it wants to do. It's never going to be absolutely containable. And then I have a whole lot of things about uses, but I won't go through those just because for time, I'd like to give everybody else an opportunity. But thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. And I do have this all written. If there was a way to give that to somebody, I would take that and give it to his record.
Thank you.
Available to say, I'm sorry. Thank you guys.
Mr. Jared Rumsey.
I live on Knollwood Drive, which from my house, I see the property where the church is proposed being built. I'll echo all of the things that have been said and try to just focus on things that I don't think have been highlighted yet. I'm not an engineer or scientist, but I feel like all of the concrete in buildings is going to create a lot of heat emanating as well. I know in the summer, I don't have air conditioning in my house yet. And I have to keep the windows open, and just the emanation of the summer heat, that's going to be even crazier. I have concerns of a slippery slope sort of process in the proposal of like, maybe we'll do phase 1 right now and we'll see about phase 2 later. I feel like once phase 1 gets approved, that's kind of like a foot in the door, and it just has its chance of affecting the character of the neighborhood in that sense. My main concern that I don't feel like is so addressed is that churches, particularly large campus churches that like the one proposed here, draw people to the region. I moved here because I didn't want people to be next to me. I know all of my neighbors, so I know the people that are going to be close to my kid when he's out playing in the street. This is not to say that the church is evil people. I go to my own church. I know they're good people. I know many of the people that go to the church, but I don't know all of them. And I'm concerned that the church will draw people to the neighborhood. The nice forested area is right up against Patrick's property, which is my street. Great place for me as a teenager when I went to my church, hide in the woods and do mischief. I don't want that kind of mischief close to me in my neighborhood. The whole point that I moved out there is I don't want to be near the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Charlotte Campbell.
Most everything I wanted to say has been said about the character of our area and the slippery slope of sprawl coming, all the changes that don't make that little beautiful lane into a road with all this other stuff on it. But the big thing I want to say that has not been said is I've lived here for 38 years. In the early 90s, when I used to walk my kids on that road, the field bloomed solid with camas. And it's been a hayfield now ever since that, but those bulbs are probably still there. And really, it should be restored as a wet meadow, like when the Kalapuya lived here, not paved over. We can totally have a wonderful, beautiful, gigantic church like they only have in Eugene, but it really shouldn't be in that spot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kerry Hofer, it is now your turn.
Sorry. Thanks for hearing me. This is the first meeting I've been to, so I really appreciate it. And I've learned a lot from you guys, so thank you so much. Kerry Hofer, I live in North Albany. The reason I came out here was I was looking for a place to raise my family. I've got 4 kids. My options, my thought process, well, what's available? What can I afford? What's the crime rate? How close is it to work? I looked in places from Philomath through Monmouth, Independence. North Albany was the winner for a lot of reasons. I want to go back to your chapter 53 characters of the process, and most of the stuff has been talked to, so I'm not going to cover it. Certainly won't cover the traffic thing. Although I will mention, I agree with the gentleman about Sunday traffic on Oak Grove. There's 98 spots. I counted 100, but 98 spots. And on Sunday, there was about 100 cars on the road. And that's with no growth at all for the church. So if it's going to grow, it's going to grow quite a bit more. So the reason, one of the reasons I like going out here is I take a walk with my dogs. My children that used to be, they're all adults by now. But the thing that I enjoyed watching was, or biking, was the bird watching, the deer, the rabbits, the squirrels. Just this last winter, we had an eagle on the property. We've got an eagle nest less than a half a mile away. We haven't had that in years and years. And so it's nice to see, and I would hate to see it go away. We're looking at basically the math that I did was 10 acres. That's going to be parking lot, 3 structures, and a daycare center, which is a huge contrast. You're looking at, where do we go here? 700, almost 75,000 square feet of building compared to the normal house in the area, which is about 4,000 to 6,000 square feet. It's tremendous change, dramatic. Again, a larger people are opposed to it. The question that I have is primarily to the church is phase 1 may work and they may get approval for it. Phase 2, I think, is because of traffic and all the costs and incentives. It looks pretty iffy in my opinion. I don't know what your guys' decision is. But my question to the church is, are you willing to say, we're going to live with the gym as being our church from going here on out versus trying to push this thing where most of the people do not want that? And so I urge you guys to oppose this plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Karen Healy.
I'd like to start by saying North Albany is very vast, but I think most of us here are going to be directly affected by, I'm representing Terrace Drive. So Terrace Drive is a cross street of Powers. And so multiple families live there, and we have huge concerns about this. Again, I'm going to read this, but it's already been said, but I just want to say my piece. So we strongly oppose the proposed zoning change that would alter the character and appearance of our quiet neighborhood. We have people that have lived in our neighborhood for 50 years, 40 years. I'm 25, they're 6. And we specifically purchased our homes because it was rural residential. That is why my husband and I chose our home. It was out in the country, and that's what we loved about it. The current proposal includes the construction of a large church, gymnasium, pickleball court, outdoor recreation, playground, daycare facility, and a sizable parking lot. Such developments would fundamentally change the landscape and atmosphere that residents have cherished for decades. I drive to work every day and home every day on Powers, and you don't even know the joy that the field and that barn give me. And I am blessed every day to live where I live. And I go to church every Sunday. I attend church, not your church. I love Jesus. This is not the spot for a church. It is rural residential, and that's what it should stay zoned as. Powers is small, narrow street that is already challenged by existing traffic levels. The added vehicles associated with these new facilities, especially on weekends such as Sundays, would overwhelm the road's capacity and create significant congestion. A few years ago, residents faced a similar situation with traffic change on Terrace Drive. Despite assurances from Benton County that traffic would not increase and vehicles would be directed to Dumbeck, this did not occur. Instead, not only did vehicle traffic rise, but there was also a noticeable increase in lumber trucks, gravel trucks, and moving trucks on Terrace Drive. This experience has left us cautious about similar promises regarding traffic management. Our neighborhood is a large, quiet, rural residential area, and we are committed to maintaining its current character. We respectfully request that proposed zoning change be denied to preserve the peace and safety of our rural residential community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nick Corrison.
When I first heard about a church coming into North Albany, my first reaction was I actually thought it was kind of a good thing. It might be nice to have a cute little neighborhood church out there. Maybe my family would even attend. But when we got the thing in the mail and I looked at the square footage of that building, I thought it had to be a misprint. I thought there was no way that anybody was that was real. I may have failed trigonometry in college, but I can add these two numbers together and come to the conclusion that 73,611 square feet of building space is what they're proposing to put out there. I don't think we have touched enough on how big that is. That's ridiculous. Some quick Google searching has told me that this is significantly larger than Oak Grove Elementary. That's where they're currently meeting in the gymnasium. So it's significantly larger than Oak Grove Elementary. It's bigger than North Albany Middle School. The average church in Albany is around 6,000 to 10,000 square feet. There's 4 Mormon churches between Albany and Corvallis. They're all around 10,000 square feet. The Jehovah's Witnesses, they're around 9,000 square feet for their churches. St. Mary's Cathedral in downtown Albany, the huge church that does they're 35,000 square feet. They're in downtown Albany. That's in a very large area with a ton of places to park. So the largest church in Corvallis that I could find was Calvary Chapel at 20,000 square feet. This is over 3 times bigger. I mean, the folks that did the traffic analysis, they had to go to Eugene to find a building comparable. So what I'm hearing at this meeting is a whole lot of very intelligent and very nice people explaining that they want to put the largest church within 70 miles in North Albany and justifying why it's okay to put it on this tiny country road. It doesn't work. I bought, like Mr. Leffler, I bought the house I grew up in. I have the house right over the top of this church. I have eaten my Cheerios and looked over at field since I was 7 years old. Like Mr. Leffler, I have also played in that barn that's on that. The difference is I had permission from Mrs. Powers. So I've been there for 37 years when I first moved in. And I never thought, when Oak Grove Elementary went in, I never thought I'd see a building that big in North Albany. This is farther out on a much smaller road, and it's proposed to be a lot bigger. The people from the church seem really nice. They seem great. And if they had come and said, hey, we want to put a 5,000 square foot church out there, I'd have said, great, that's wonderful, let's do it. But this is absolutely incredible. I don't see how anybody can say that putting a 73,000 square foot church doesn't affect the character of the neighborhood. It doesn't push the boundaries of the character. It completely obliterates it. So I ask you please to deny this petition.
Thank you. Mr. Scott Alexander.
By my calculations, this is the last person on the list, so that's a good news. We've reached that point. I've written rather extensively. I wrote 2 letters that were included in your staff letter or staff report, and also included another addendum that you should have received tonight. I'm not going to focus on anything I wrote in those letters, at least try not to, because there's a whole bunch of specific items that I want to talk about of what came up tonight. The applicant doesn't understand why it's their responsibility to pay for the road that they're going to be using. The road is there, why are we the ones responsible for it? But the whole point is they are the ones who are actually going to be demanding the use of the road. The road as it is today, while it may be less than adequate from a current county standard, it's functioning fine and people are able to walk and run and bike and use it. Put a massive church there, and all of a sudden we need to see a much better road. And that's the point. They're having to fund it because it's their usage that's running and requiring it. We heard the assistant engineer talk about the hybrid approach that they were intending to use there, and that it's been used in the past for drainage. Drainage is massively different than the safety of people on the road. We train everyone. You walk against traffic. There's a reason. It's so that you can see the cars coming. Forcing people to walk on the wrong side of the road isn't going to happen. People aren't going to be familiar with it because it's just not a pattern we see. You walk on the opposite side of the road. If the road needs to be improved, the entire road needs to be improved to a level of safety, not some crazy hybrid standard that we're going to give a try and see if it works. I did the math because they talked about why is this being required in phase 1 for the entire road improvement. Somebody else commented and got very close to the same concept. They're talking about having an auditorium, a gym that can have 500 people. They're talking about a worship hall that can have 650 people. By their statements, these are not going to be used at the same time. So 77% of the usage is already there. That's why they're having to put this into phase 1, is because the usage is already happening. And they're saying it's not going to move. Now, I wish the church wild success wherever they go. And as we've seen with many churches, they start having a second service. Now you have 2 services, and somewhere, someday, they are going to have everyone show up for a single event of the congregation. That is the peak usage of the church congregation, and that's not represented in what showed up for 1 service on any given Sunday. That's what the traffic and the parking models are for, is that peak usage moment. The holiday bazaar was commented on. We've all seen the field that is just packed to capacity on the Sunday or Saturday in November. That's the point of the parking regulations. It has nothing to do with an average Sunday. I don't know which Sunday, because the traffic engineer who did the report didn't even include that detail. They won't even tell us what day it was, much less whether anything special is going on or how many people showed up. That's the final piece of this. All of this is based on square footage doesn't matter, but nothing that they're submitting is telling us about the people that are using it and how they're getting there. And so with that, I come back to a statement on the approval, and that's the conformance with the approved plan. But as I've heard all of you asking questions tonight, it seems like a whole bunch of us have questions about exactly what this plan is. And because of that, I don't know how we can improve any part of it. The applicant is welcome to put a plan together that properly addresses all of this and bring it back and have a plan that we all understand. But if you don't even understand what the plan is, how are you approving any of it? With that, I ask for denial of all of it. Thank you.
Thank you. And as Mr. Alexander noted, he is the last on the list that I have here, but I wanted to be sure that I didn't overlook anyone who has signed up. Did I overlook you on the list?
No, they closed signups before 6 o'clock. I was told they'd be open until 6 o'clock, but they closed at 5 minutes early. And I did my best to get here from work, but it took a while to get here from work, so.
We will take you at your word that you were here before 6 o'clock, and I invite you for your 3-minute time. If you could introduce yourself and your address so we can follow up as well.
Okay. Hi, my name's Josanna Biddle-Croco. I'm at 4853 Dumbeck. And I wanted to take a moment to talk about this. I took a lot of notes during the meeting, and what I wanted to say was I found about the Church Edition through friends who are members of the congregation. I'm not a member of this congregation. I was actually very excited. We are kitty corner to the back of this property. We were making plans to put a gate in the back corner so neighborhood kids could go through to get to it. And then I saw the proposal, and this might be because of my background. Albany is the largest city I have ever lived in, but my mental picture could not have conceived of a facility 2.5 times the size of the average Bi-Mart as a church. I grew up in churches that mostly had about 50 people, right? So this is just beyond my mental capabilities to understand. And for so many reasons, I believe this belongs inside the urban growth boundary. We heard people from the congregation say that they currently walk to it. There is no walking to where we are. It's not, I mean, we'd have to ask them to do improvements for miles for there to be a safe way to bike to this location. It's not available for public transit of any kind. I would be very excited to have the kind of campus that they're talking about be available to the community of North Albany. But I strongly feel it needs to be within the urban growth boundary because this campus is not a country church. This is not a country church. I know what a country church looks like. I've been to them. This is a massive endeavor that I think would add a lot of value, but needs to be next to the population density. And I know we've said a lot about Powers, and there's been a lot on that street in particular. Scenic, feeding into it, not great either. Oak Grove, even worse. But what I will say is part of the reason Powers works on the weekend is everybody who lives on that road treats it like a one-lane road. People drive down the absolute center of that road while there's dogs and dogs and bicycles and strollers and everything on either side. And that only works because the traffic flow is so low. You can't drive down the center of the road if there's two-way traffic. That's not how it works. And it is a very popular place for our neighborhood because we can't walk on Scenic. We can't walk on Oak Grove. There is no shoulder. There is no safety space for us. So my ask would be that maybe there's a way that we could work with the church and work with the county to find a more appropriate placement for a campus of this size.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I ask that you your name and email that's here on the corner. Ms. LaRock, would you like to have a real-time rebuttal of anything from the public testimony?
Either way. So thank you for the opportunity. I'm noting the time, and as I originally came up to give the application presentation, we would like to request a continuance. There was a lot of information that came out in the staff report that we've only had just 7 days to digest. We really do want to take a closer look at some of the items that staff had raised, particularly with the transportation study. There's a wealth of folks that are in here. There's some new ideas that are brought forward. You can't possibly think of every angle when you're looking at a development project. So again, just want to request a continuance, leave the record open so we can reconvene and continue to work with county staff.
Very well. Thank you. And commissioners, any final questions of the staff report or the applicant? Commissioner Fulford, I think you did have one.
I did have one. It was regarding from the county side. On the code or the algorithm that you're using to calculate these parking spots, is that normally for an office type building or was it particular to a church?
Sure, I pulled it up as you were talking earlier. So code section 91.6.05 off-street parking 705 specifically states the place of public assembly, including a church, stadium, arena, club, lodge, auditorium, meeting room. An undertaking establishment shall provide one space for each 100 square feet of gross floor area, or one space for each 8 seats, whichever is greater. And Commissioner Lee, I have that section of code for the multiple parking sections if you like.
Sure.
It's just only 2 sections down. I don't. Oops. So the code section for the multiple user parking area, 91.615, a common parking plan area may be used to comply with off-street parking standards for 2 or more structures. The number of parking spaces in a common parking area shall meet peak demand based on hours of operation.
Commissioner Wilson.
Will you entertain a motion?
I need to now ask if anyone, so you don't have a question of?
No.
So I will ask the applicant or anyone who has offered testimony whether they would like to keep the record open for additional testimony. Ms. LaRock, I know you've already mentioned it. Would you like now to repeat it one more time so we can put it into the record in response to my question?
Yes, on behalf of Northside Church, I'd like to request to leave the record open. Do you need that on mic?
I'm sorry, we don't have, did we even have a mic at the podium?
You should still be one of the
Okay.
podium. Or that.
Okay. Thank you again. So just for the record, yeah, Laura LaRock of Northside Church, I'd like to request to leave the record open.
Thank you very much. Then to the Planning Commission, in response to this request, we have a couple of options. We can continue the hearing, or we can move to hold the record open, and there will be a prescribed length of time and response time and so forth. So I will now ask, and this perhaps is Commissioner Wilson, the motion that you propose.
Sure. I'll move that we keep the record open in this matter of LU. Sorry, I have to go to my numbers. LU 25066 and LU 25067 for 7 days.
So in just asking for clarification, is this the written record or written and oral? Or which testimony would you like to receive?
The written
record, like leave the written record.
Leave the record
and
the written record open.
And Ms. Sheets, make sure I do this correctly. I think we leave the record open for written submissions for 7 days and then provide the applicant with 7 days to respond. So that would be if you could incorporate that into your motion.
Yes. That the written record remain open for 7 days for the applicant to respond to the written and oral testimony of the matter in the matter of LU 25066 and LU 25067.
Is there a second? We have a second. Any discussion on the motion?
Question for clarification, sorry. Are we requesting the record to be remain open for 7 days, allowing for new public comment testimony?
So as I understand the motion, the written record will remain open for 7 days. We'll then provide the applicant 7 days in response.
And then generally the staff has 7 days then to wrap up the rest of the process.
So we're doing the 777. Okay.
So just to make sure I'm understanding, we're keeping the record open. We're not doing a continuation of the public hearing.
Correct. Okay. That was the motion that I understood from Commissioner Wilson.
Clarification, what would continuation mean?
Continuation, it would mean we have another public hearing such as this one.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
Further discussion. So just to clarify, the motion is hold the record open for 7 days, 7 days for the applicant to respond, 7 days for the staff to finalize the report. We would then meet for deliberations only. And if we could pull a calendar out, because it's no longer April.
7, it won't be 7.
It won't be 7, it'll be 21.
Yes.
So April 21 would be the date that we would reconvene for deliberations. So before we take a vote, does everyone want to look at their calendars for April 21 to ensure we can have a quorum?
Question, how many days after the completed 7 days for the staff do we have to read everything?
Like 30 minutes.
Like 30 minutes.
That's kind of what I thought, yeah.
I do have a conflict on the 21st.
I got a conflict on the 21st.
Okay, we do not have a quorum for the 21st. The first Tuesday in May is then May 3rd? 5th. So can everyone, and we're still
Would
within,
we skip April 28th then?
well, I was just using our first and third Tuesdays, regularly scheduled meetings. So May 5, calendars for May 5.
It's okay.
Thumbs up, thumbs up.
I have council that evening.
That is the first Tuesday, but you'll
I
be,
cannot answer because I'm coaching a softball team. We don't have our schedule yet, but I will make myself available if I can. Sorry.
okay.
My concern though is as we get further into May, we're pushing up against the window,
The clock.
the clock.
June 24 was the window.
And I just think about any other procedures after us that may need to happen.
Right.
Well, point of order, are we permitted to deliberate and adopt in the same meeting? Yes,
Well,
according to,
we can, it's whether, do you think the staff will be able to do it in the meeting with? Yes.
the only reason I'm suggesting that is that in concerns with Commissioner Struthers, I would not want to push up too close to that calendar date.
So May 5, we're
No.
currently at May 5 on June 24 deadline.
June 20th. deadline.
June 20th.
Ms. Sheets, is that going to be okay?
It should be, and as you've heard before, is that there are some alternatives to the 150-day rule with requests for extensions.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
We're not to that point yet. That's why I'm being conscious and aware of our timeline.
Want to make sure
I feel comfortable.
that we consider it to staff and to the applicant.
Okay, so the 777, yep, would not change. It would still be 7 days of written record, remains open, 7 days for the applicant to respond, 7 days for the staff to finalize the report, which would give us more than 30 minutes to read the staff report.
And you're safe by the bell, Commissioner.
So I will now call for the vote. All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Very good. So I apologize for the sausage making in front of the entire audience. But again, what this means is that for a period of 7 days, the record remains open for anyone to submit new testimony, new evidence through the facility online. Now, or you can drop it off as well, but online is going to be the easiest. And then there will be 7 days for the applicant to submit their final report, and then 7 days for the county to complete its final staff report. Commissioner Wilson.
Sorry, I don't want to throw this into the mix, but would it be possible, because this would be under the staff portion of this process, for a legal review on the RU?
ORS.
Thank you. Yes, that one, ORS and the, and how, I mean, just a cursory, and just something that gives us guidance.
Yeah, no problem. We are in a transition. Vance Crony's last day will be in that time period, so we will have someone else on board with that.
Okay.
Very well. Without objection, we are adjourned at 10:07. Thank you all for your patience. It's now May 5. And I will more than likely be gone on May 5. Yeah, I should be able to dive through that. I will be available, but I don't know what time zone and what geography. Yeah.